everybody.
Hello.
This is my favorite game on the DS, bar none. Bar none. I am super fucking jazzed to, by no small effort of Zell and Dawson, to be able to play Ace Attorney Investigations today. So, let us make sure that everything is actually working. It's interesting. Okay, so one thing to note. Got it. Gotta love technical difficulties right that I noticed the very second that it's time to go.
Hey.
Insofar as that the display capture for the thing is like frozen, perhaps? Let's see.
No, it's moving.
Well, the bottom screen's moving. There should be something on the top screen, though.
Ah.
It should not be the way that it is.
So you guys have the Discord stream. I'm looking at the stream.
Yes.
And there should be like the top half of Edgeworth visible.
Oh.
Like in silhouette.
Stream is not.
Yeah, the Discord stream is just like
It's
words.
a tab.
Oh, what does the Discord stream look like? Let me...
Discord stream is that guide.
Oh, shit, that's right. I forgot to swap it over. Terribly sorry.
Lol, Lamau.
Thank you for reminding me. There's that. So...
Oh, okay.
So are your... Okay, back to opening OBS. So you're capturing... It's the same capture, just twice, right?
Yeah, I think... okay, here it is. It did the wrong...
You're just doing the same capture twice and then cropping down each one, right?
Yeah, it essentially found the wrong capture is the answer. So, here we go. So, now we're good.
Yeah.
Alright, everything's good. Let's do episode 1, Turnabout Visitor. And let me know if you guys can hear the stenotype tippy taps. Yep. Very good. To make sure the defendant is found guilty. What other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why... Why go this far? Sorry. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost.
Oh.
I'm a prodigy amongst prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. That's some tight shit to just open up with a fucking murder.
Alright.
So
that entire time I was having technical difficulties with my audio. I only got the very end of it.
Guy got shot.
Yeah.
TLDR, guy got shot.
Yeah, TLDR, guy got shot.
Anyway, are you... Oh, hello!
Little man!
Moving!
Yep. It's hard to
He's
believe
so
that I've been away
compact.
from my office for a whole month.
Okay, so like, do you want to do voices? Since I see that you're reading this.
I'm reading it. If you feel the the impetus to do voices, jump in. Otherwise, I got you. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, when I see a woman, I'll go in.
If
Alright.
I see someone
Hey,
childlike or cute, I can that one.
Alright. But hopefully
It'd be like
Detective
one
Gumshoe has
female.
been keeping an eye on my office. I have someone in mind, but we'll see. So yeah. My door's unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? Blood.
Edgeworth vampire theory confirmed.
What the? What's the meaning of this? There's someone dead in my office.
This is extremely unprofessional.
How inconvenient.
Freeze. Identify yourself. Shut up. Got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat?
Edgeworth, holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Let me make one thing very clear. One. No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one.
You're giving this man more incentive to shoot you.
He got intimidated, he just dipped.
My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district.
Edge is fitting today.
Yep. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrust into a multitude of cases in some very frantic and busy days. It is 2:56 in the morning, and I'm dealing with this bullshit.
Motherfucker is jet-lagged and tired.
He looks just like vaguely annoyed by the body in his office.
Yeah, that's probably about accurate. I finished photographing the victim's body. Alright. Please continue your investigation. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. I'm already on Advil.
So much Advil.
And I heard that a murder had taken place in your office. I ran up here straight away.
Best character, best himbo, love him.
He's so good.
This is Dick Gumshoe. He is a detective with the local precinct. And the one they assigned to handle the murder case for the time being. Would you care at all to be Detective Dick Gumshoe for the time being, Aniyha?
Oh, sure. I mean, you gave me the detective rank in the fucking bit, so hey, screw it. I'll do my best.
Yeah. Only if you're interested. You're not required to, but...
Yeah, I'm into it. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt?
No, I'm perfectly fine. However...
Look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed!
I'll say. Culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. It doesn't fucking
No, and the blood.
And the corpse. No one gets to tracking mud into my office.
Sir, the blood? Oh, sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing.
This crime was committed in my office, so it's my responsibility to solve it.
The mud or the body?
Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating.
Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. Also, we'll appreciate this bot for a hot minute.
You know what? Edward got jams.
Edgeworth has a lot of fucking jams. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office?
Logic.
Get the nagging feeling it's something important to keep in mind.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you?
No, not really. Especially because of this.
The key to your office? What do you mean, sir?
If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you, Detective.
Logic?
Never heard of that before.
Never heard of that before.
By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic and interpolation.
So, how do you use it? Tutorialize me, Edgeworth.
Yep. So, this is just the logic button and then connection.
Holy shit!
Yep, he's
Into
going
my
into
mind palace.
I was just about to say, it's the fucking mind palace.
Oh my
So,
god, Edgeworth!
and the office key is that, you know, every door has a lock on it, so this couldn't have been by happenstance. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir.
There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after?
You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Especially considering it's 2 in the morning, sir.
Doing
Smart of you to realize that keys have locks.
I'm doing my best without my cup of tea, detective, but I'll make do. Yes, well, when you follow leads to the conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we?
Yes, sir.
So, first and foremost, I'm very curious about something, but I'll let you...
The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir.
know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply touch the examine button.
Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just touch the partner button, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir.
Something to try later if I have some free time, I suppose.
I'm here to help, sir.
So here's the first wild thing. You move!
You move! Schmovement!
We have legs!
We're a fucking DS point and click!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So first we're gonna examine the gun.
Naturally.
So what have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here.
I think I've seen one of these before.
Care to enlighten me as to where, detective?
Oh, I know! I was issued the exact same model, I think.
Detective?
I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it.
So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. Okay, good
I'm
to know.
helping! I'm walking here! For real!
Really become New York.
Alright, so I'm able to use the arrow keys to actually just walk around, which is nice.
Oh, that's so good.
Let's examine the body. Well, rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. You're gonna see that a lot.
Number 1, body.
Nope, it's actually in front of the body. It's a police badge. Detective...
Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinkydink.
Let's take a look inside. Mr. Buddy Faith. It appeared that our victim was a detective, just like you.
It's always rough losing one of us.
Seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. So, this one keeps the killer's goal as like, okay, this is your first tutorial on they're gonna be pieces you can't connect until later. But... Eureka! The revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to a recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time?
Yes, sir! On it now, sir! Excuse me, pal. Let's see, what have we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir! This guy's wearing a gun holster!
So it appears our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Victim's revolver data.
Are you gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir?
Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all.
Alright, if you say so.
I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to examine a piece, just have to touch the organizer button. But it isn't just for that, it's also for people's profiles. Dick Gumshoe.
It's me!
In charge of the initial investigation.
Man, you got one on me, sir?
I have one on everyone.
It's very thorough of you, sir.
It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts pretty often. You're making a stellar detective, by the way. It's like it's.
Thank you. I'm having a good time.
I'm glad. It genuinely threw me for a minute of like, damn, and I was just doing some real clean voice acting right now.
This is such a shitty New York accent.
I mean,
I've
hey,
never been to New York.
Exactly what Gumshoe needs.
it's exactly what Gumshoe needs. Anyway, let's see what else we can find out about this revolver.
As I always say, you've got to look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the scroll wheels to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use the slide bar or the X and Y arrows to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty. Get that gritty, sir.
Edgeworth starts hitting the gritty.
So it looks like only one round was fired from this.
Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. Alright. Well, we'll grant the victim the grace of examining him. Let's give him a once-over. There's blood all over his lower abdominal.
It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir.
In other words, he was shot.
Yep. And until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that.
Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene here. Okay, crime scene notes. And we've got some files.
Your files are all over the floor, sir.
They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer.
Aw, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless!
I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room.
Well, I wanted the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled.
Does he have a life?
I have an incredibly rich and amusing inner world, sir.
I really want to think that the plants are plastic.
Oh no, that would be just his luck.
I guess this is about all we're gonna find out. Just send the body to Chill!
Oh!
Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night.
Sure. Just in a blood-stained suit, pal. How
Where are my manners? Aren't you the prosecutor? Oh, yes, I am. I'm Jocks Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor.
Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir.
So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You was the one who killed Jim!
Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal! Just calm down, okay? Calm down!
I will not! I know how things work around here! High prosecutor's office's doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So, the only one who could get in here was me! Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means.
So it was you then! You're Jim's killer!
No way, pal! You've got it all wrong!
Everyone calm the fuck down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you're a real prosecutor, you should know how to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to begin drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right. My mistake. Tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure have one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. Something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together. How about a handshake to seal the deal? Don't touch me. A pleasure to work with you.
That text came in real slowly.
You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you. I intend to. Just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there. Sir.
What the fuck?
I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. Make it look like a selfie, but I don't want my, like, I want to actually be holding the camera, you understand?
So this kind of looks fucked up and also a little... just... what the fuck is happening right here?
Let's give him some space. In the meantime, look over here.
Ah! Your jacket, sir! What's it doing on the floor?
Must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round.
So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well?
No humanity.
They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your what the?
Prosecutorial.
Prosecutorial debut in?
I know that was a big word for you, detective. I'm very proud of you.
What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster.
It's not worth getting worked up over, detective. Not when there's something more here.
Huh? Like what?
I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us.
Really?
Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. It's starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. The bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. And when I spot something that's off, I should touch the deduce button.
With conviction.
And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it.
Yeah, the bit with the gun.
Yep. Only one shot fired. Eureka!
Eureka!
Voice.
I know.
Oh my.
This bullet hole is the contradiction.
What do you mean, sir?
It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim, and the second felled this frame.
Hey, that's right!
However, this gun was only fired once,
Hey, that's true too.
which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight?
Logic. By the way, I noticed something, sir.
Yes.
What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame?
Ah, that. It's a secret safe.
A secret safe? Oh, I smell money!
I'll spare us the trouble to say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. If you could
Don't they pay y'all so much money?
Yeah, Gumshoe does not get paid well. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way.
Roger that! Talk about Dusty!
Suppose that's what happened when I'm not here to dust it once in a while.
I had no idea there was a safe here. I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. So, when did you put this thing in?
Wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one.
Really? I had no idea. They don't do shit like that for us.
Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence.
So, what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth?
Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session.
That's it. Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams.
Secret safe notes.
Pensive emoji.
Let's examine the keypad. Now this is odd.
You found something, sir?
This keypad. Did you find it just a bit too clean?
Yeah! There's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself.
You there, forensic scientist. Yes, sir? Please dust this area for fingerprints. I hope we don't get in a pitch fit with Portsman. Couldn't find, let alone lift, a single fingerprint. Looks like it was wiped down well. Okay. As I thought. Appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. So... I think it's killer's goal and the white fingerprints.
Right?
I believe I figured out what the murderer was after.
Well, what is it, sir?
The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing what the motive behind this was theft changes what the other piece of information can tell me about this crime. I think it's signs of a struggle. There was a possibility that the files displayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer.
Oh! You mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir?
Precisely, Detective. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelf files like you've never seen before, even at a library.
Sure. Let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead don't come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And? So what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding this truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it! Here, let me help.
Oh, but I've got a system! Okay, so this file goes here, and that book goes there.
You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal! Okay? Done.
It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here.
Oh, the bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh.
I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And the guy... Oh, that's you, sorry.
And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out.
You are a detective.
Detective, I do not have time to deal with your weak stomach right now.
Oh, but you know I'm no good with blood, sir.
I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? It is the crime scene notes. Because if the bullet went clean through the abdomen, how is the bullet hole that low?
Right.
There's clearly a contradiction with this bullet hole!
What do you mean, sir?
You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up.
But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir?
That would be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which would suggest he was standing when he was shot.
Then that means... Wait, what does that mean, sir?
It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. It was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. And what faulty assumption caused the problem with the bullet hole's position? It is the order of the files. I believe the order of the files is a bit off.
You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir.
Oh?
Yeah! You see here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird! That ain't how numbers go!
Actually, the way you have them now is the correct order, detective. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye.
But the numbers are all out of order.
Those white binders are special, so they're arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out.
Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved?
They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you would please, detective.
Yoink!
As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith, and then put the files back in numerical order. Oh, that's you. Sorry. Shit. I did read the
And then
names
put
wrong.
the files back in numerical order, I guess. Ruining my work.
Exactly. And then proceeded to shoot the victim.
Why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time?
Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before and once after the crime. But why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give another look. Oh, you mean like over here? At this spot, right in particular?
Hello.
This is... What is that?
What is that?
Oh, damn it. I need to... Here, I'm literally flicking myself to, like, stop it.
Why does it say gumshoe on there in blood?
I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence.
It's 11037.
Yep, indicative of criminal activity indeed.
No, wait! There's gotta be some mistake! Mr. Edgewood, sir! Help me! Say something, sir!
It appears that one of my files was stolen.
Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation?
Is this what the killer was really after?
He's gone back into his mind palace.
Edgeworth is a cold motherfucker sometimes.
Sir, they're taking me away! Help, sir!
Investigation complete. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
You can't be terribly pleased to believe that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something really fucking off about this man's attitude. There's gotta be some sort of flaw in his logic waiting for me to dig it out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do?
What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose a flaw in his logic with this technique.
Oh, how do you do that? Can you tutorialize me again, sir?
Might as well some other time. Might as well.
I really like using the word tutorialize. It's the longest word I know, sir.
I don't know, you got prosecutorial out earlier. That was pretty good.
Thank you, sir. I'm doing my best. Genuinely, I've never seen that word before in my fucking life.
First,
that was real.
First, I listen to the witness testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open the organizer and present the piece of contradictory evidence. And to present something, I simply touch the present button, but that's old news.
But it's not like there's gonna be a flaw in the testimony every time, right?
Correct, and at those times, I need to press the witnesses by touching the press button. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out new information and new or modified testimony.
I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations, too.
Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully.
Oh, for instance.
Mr. Portsman's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body. I was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. It'll be by his final words that you'll be brought to justice. You intend to argue the victim's dying message points to his killer. I could hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here.
Thank you, sir.
I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Stole the gun from him and shot him dead. I don't think there's anything to really try or contest there. Messed up the files to look like you had committed theft instead.
Hold it!
You really think it was necessary to shovel my files twice to do that? Maybe his real intent was theft.
Hey! Are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth?
It's a possibility.
Bruh.
Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle.
I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal! Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but...
Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no? That was when you moved, Jim's body was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Just press him on that. And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. Let me just check. It might be.
I just like want to know that. Can we look at the body again? Because I want to know if the fingertips have blood. I know the palm has blood, but
We can't really look at it anymore now.
okay, I guess that isn't it then.
I'm gonna try this because I think that not noticing the bloody letters and the fact that it was stolen is like, how could you possibly miss that?
Right? How could you miss that? Yeah.
That's it. When the music cuts like that, you know you got it right.
Oh ho ho! The head shake.
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there's a serious flaw in your logic. Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me. Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking. I get it. Ha ha ha.
He really ain't the type to joke.
If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. You still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file. What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines. It's possible they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name where the file should be is proof.
Yeah! I mean, the S is gone and there's only half an H!
If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood.
Thank you, sir. Which means... what exactly? What does that make this dying message?
It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene.
That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! I'm gonna get him, sir! You'll see! I'm gonna have him under arrest in no time!
Well, Mr. Portsman? Brilliant! Absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. I don't know what this guy's voice is doing. We'll settle somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
I appreciate the praise, though it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes.
Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive.
You know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however...
What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal?
Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office?
That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. What the fuck?
That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say?
Does he want the jacket on or not?
Well, I was thinking. Do you know there was one other person with a key to this office? One other person?
Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney!
Hey, you there! Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness.
Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't!
What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I believe she needs no introduction. I've called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. I don't know if you'd like to take this one, Zell.
Yeah, you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Detective Gumshoe, sir.
As a small background, if I remember this woman's story right, is that she's constantly bouncing between jobs because she gets caught up in murder cases.
Oh!
That's such a... Okay, yeah, I love this already.
Yeah, that's if I remember right. I don't know if, like, take that with a grain of salt, but anyways.
Maggie!
This bird is a security guard on watch tonight. I see. And your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all office doors in this building.
What?
If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird.
How dare you? I would never sneak into someone's room.
That's right! I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal! It was me! That's right, I did it!
Detective, shut up.
Yes,
Can we
sir.
take that as a confession, Detective?
Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal! Oh, yeah, it was me! If it was, you had no problems with that, right?
Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe is the one who opened the door, that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? Interesting. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier. How was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during the rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. Wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. Seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give you more details is to press him. So I think this is one of those ones where we don't have any evidence right now that fits any statement, so we just gotta press him on all of them, and then...
I'm real good. Boo, doo, 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 doo.
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight, she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird?
That's, true. But I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir.
Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated.
What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal!
But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah!
Not so fast. I, too, am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please.
I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir.
What do you mean by missing?
As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it.
Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe someone like you would be taken in by such words.
I'm not lying, sir.
Oh, that's how he sounds. Oh god, he's a fucking little dweeblet.
Oh no.
If that's the case, I'd like to know, why do you have the master key now?
I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir.
A likely story. And where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it, then found it again.
I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone else stole it.
Yeah, pal. Trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. That's basically her entire character.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth.
But... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. At least for me, it's because I subsist solely off of ramen.
Her motive? Didn't we already establish that was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portman says, Detective. Can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time for a counterattack with a few facts of my own.
Acts and logic, this motherfucker.
He mentioned the safe, and that's his weakness. Only prosecutors know about that safe.
Objection!
Tisk tisk.
Tisk, motherfucker. Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Ah!
Motherfucker put in limbo!
I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted.
He's biting his pedal. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either.
Then are you proposing...
You're a fucking liar!
that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses. Why? What made you...
What's with the angry face all of a sudden?
It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes.
He knew about the existence of the secret stones. The Magatama! If you
What?
swallow one, you become a dragon!
What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined dragon twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes.
Then that means...
Yeah, I know. I had only just told him too. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. I was claiming the victim was the thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird.
Oh, right, I exist. Excuse me?
The balls on this man, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. The killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession.
What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder?
Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it?
No! I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir.
Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office.
Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? Must have been Jim who stole the master key. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor?
That's kind of fucked up of you, dude.
Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out?
You can't kick us out! This is Mr. Edgeworth's office!
Ah, but I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees and thus ineligible to run this show.
Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit!
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself.
But,
little waggly
sir...
finger.
We have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Well then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't disappoint me, yeah?
I would request a brief intermission, for I would like to cook pizza.
Okay.
Well, not cook pizza, just fucking nuke it in the microwave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a couple of minutes. BRB.
Wonder how the save works.
Like on emulating?
Yeah.
Oh, it'll work. Like, you saving it works fine. I usually use save states as backups.
Got it. Is that something where I can just... Oh, interesting. So I can shift F1 through 10 in order to make a state.
Yeah, just be very careful whenever you're doing the load state ones, or you will ruin hours of progress. I've done that.
But we'll hang here in the hallway. Apparently that whole affair took like an hour and 20 minutes. Because it was
An hour and 20 minutes of going back and forth with a man that can't decide to keep his jacket on.
Yeah, that man just really, really indecisive about how hot he was in that room.
Just really hot, but then it's like a little too cold for the jacket, and the jacket's like a little too much. Also, unrelated, do you know, because you know if Aniyha wants to be the sheep or the spacey one whenever I draw? I may be taking you up on your suggestion.
One more time. I'm sorry.
Do you know how Aniyha wants to be drawn as far as like Eepy, Sheepy, or Space One?
I think like if you were to do the Aniyha with like the ram horns, but to have like the Detective Gumshoe like definitely needs the bandage at the jawline. And definitely needs
I've got the I've got all of it like already plotted out as far as how it'll look. I'm just as far as like which version of Aniyha's characters I should do. Yeah. So I'll do Ramhorn one then.
Yeah.
Sort of Eepy, sort of Sheepy.
It'll be interesting to see me in silver hair and a cravat.
Honestly, I was gonna somehow put your hood in. I figured it out.
Interesting. All right.
I've never had to do Aniyha's hair like this before though, so because I've always done full sheep. So I will improvise. Do you want to see a picture of the sketch out?
Sure.
Or would you rather be surprised?
Yeah, show me the sketch.
Right, and sent.
Okay,
Welcome back.
thank you. I have the Za.
Very nice.
Huzzah.
All right. Well, we're now in the hallway.
4 in the morning.
Yep. That I was saying that took an hour and a half as far as like it was like
Lordy.
2:50 something when we came in, right?
What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable.
Please maintain your professionalism, detective.
I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. I'm gonna do my job so hard, sir.
But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. Do I have every single line with sir? Is that my character?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Gumshoe also has sir. I think everyone just calls Edward sir. Which I won't complain
I
about.
call everyone sir at every given opportunity. I don't think I've ended a line without saying sir.
She's very deferential.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
True. So then, what now?
Looks like we always fallen into yet another gigantic dish.
Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway.
Like new jobs.
Really, sir?
For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the Master Key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. First, we're gonna interview Miss Bird.
Also, I love how nobody acknowledges the potential existence of picking a fucking lock.
Yeah.
Nope, it's impossible.
No, there's
Cannot be
never
done.
been a log pick in Phoenix, right?
Nope. I was wondering if I may speak for you for a bit concerning this case.
I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream. A dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Meryl Deathworth.
Can I just say that Bird looks like a One Piece character?
Yeah, I can see it.
I also see it.
Yeah. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the Master Key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her through the present button.
My eyes do be sparkling, though.
So when did you discover that the Master Key was missing?
By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Stumbled a little.
Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place?
It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window.
Always, you say, except for this time, correct?
Well, I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I'd used it that I left it out sitting on the ledge.
She used the master key? What do you mean by you use the master key?
Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key.
Ooh!
I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right?
What is it?
That's right! I just remembered! The prosecutor forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir.
Oh, that's looking sus.
What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly! About yourself! Kidding.
Well, I like long walks on the beach. It was around 12 a.m., sir. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to the security desk, sir.
And that's when you loaned the master key to him.
No way! It's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir.
I see.
And then? What happened after that? I'm sorry, I mean, Chef. My voice.
It's alright. I'm sure we can talk with this mouthful. Well, he called me to come I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Oh, he called for me to come up close to his office. He was leaving. He was going home.
Yep. Also, I just
I'm just
imagine that, like, in the space of however much time, Gumshoe has just managed to find heat and is now eating instant noodles. It's like, it's breakfast time, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
Has been like half of this information. You just like left the room halfway through the investigation, like go heat up noodles.
It was around 1:30 a.m., sir, I think.
So, in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. But wait a minute.
Talk about suspicious. My mouth is full of noodle.
I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. We'll go through the rest. Have you ever met the victim before, Miss Bird?
Well, I've seen him a couple times before when I had to go. I should really wait for the dialogue to like all come in before I start reading. Well, I've seen him
I give it a couple seconds.
I'm just gonna start doing that because I feel like lost it 3 times.
Well, I've seen him a couple of times before I had to go to Mr. Portman's office. Mr. Faith always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir.
That sounds like fun! Just once I'd have loved to play with him.
It sounds like fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir.
On second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in all that well with them.
And, of course, yourself, Miss Bird. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? Take it you're an acquaintance of the detective.
She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day, she got caught up in a murder. And then a moida.
A moida.
A moida. So things started going downhill, so she quit.
But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or something like that until a few hours ago. before I was about to clock out for the night.
You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct?
Letting it go first. Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old, I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. Now, I even managed to be named a criminal, just when I've become a security guard.
That's a lot to go through in one lifetime, Miss Bird. My sympathies.
No. Just when I finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck.
You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird. Nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is your cooperation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help.
So let's use a bit of logic here. If the Master
Always
Key
going
was...
back in the Mind Palace. Don't worry about it, Bird. He does
he do this a lot?
like about every hour.
Really? Is that, like, healthy?
If the...
For him, I think his brain can handle it. For me, I think I'd blow a gasket and die.
Don't do that, then.
Nope.
Just stay as you are. It's okay.
If the Master Key was missing from 1 a.m. to 2:30 a.m., and if Mr. Portsman's office was unlocked at 12 a.m. and locked at 1:30, something in those times doesn't add up. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story.
What? No way, pal. I mean, sir.
You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the Master Key had already been stolen at that time.
Well, nothing gets past you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw a contradiction like a pro. I totally forgot about that, but thanks to you, I remember. You're right. It was around that very time I realized the Master Key was missing.
And?
Well, mine was a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the Master Key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir.
Oh!
You pretended?
Yeah. I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up.
So in actuality, you never did relock the door then?
Well, I thought maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly.
So how did she open it? Am I stupid?
She had the key when it was asked to open it for her, but the key,
okay.
But the key disappeared between when she was asked to open it and when she was asked to close it.
Ah, okay.
So, in theory, Mr. Portsman's office is still open.
Maybe
However,
it's not bad luck. Maybe I'm just really bad at my job.
But there's a little something under this bench here. It's...
Oh! Isn't this that Mr. No Series file, sir?
No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. Our thief only took what was necessary and left the rest behind.
So what are these old files about, sir? I guess I've got something worth stealing in them, huh?
Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, cases within these files are not mine.
Huh?
They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were.
Then that means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right?
It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing.
I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case.
a fantastic question, Detective.
Thank you, sir. It's the noodles. The fuel in my
Hide your
brain.
abilities.
Also, we can talk with this guy. Looks like you're in quite a pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly, post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I'll keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Does not remember the Trial 1 prosecutor at all. I think his name is Payne or something. What is a basketball hoop doing here?
Hey, didn't this meet just up right next to the building a long time ago?
So when and why was it moved indoors?
I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently.
Drag it?
I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it in himself.
All the way up to the 12th floor? On the stairs?
Poor guy.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The door is locked tight.
I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
The office of a high prosecutor, Detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them.
Aha! So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from?
I'm gonna go back to eating my noodles.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Mr. Portsman's office. Miss Bird unlocked the door, but because the master key was stolen, she couldn't lock it up.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that that shit was locked.
And there's a contradiction here between reality and evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight?
Huh? You know, you're right!
Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't re-lock this door?
I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portman noticed it himself, that I haven't.
Which means what, sir?
It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one.
She opened a different door? But how can you prove that?
There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. The prints on the doorknob, I think. Prints on the doorknob will tell us everything.
Hey, you! Yeah, you, pal! Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what'd you find out?
There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, Detective.
Oh, was I doing that again? Sorry, sir.
Sir, I found only Mr. Portsman's and Mr. Face prints on this doorknob. So only two people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive.
Huh? I'm lost, sir. The noodles wore off.
Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose prints should be on this doorknob?
I wonder.
Detective Dick Gumshoe!
Oh no, sir! Oh no, I thought you were on my side, sir!
That's like the joke among all the playthrough videos that I've seen of like the first game and so forth. It's just like, I'm presenting a profile, it's always Dick Gumshoe! But no, it's Miss Maggie Bird, age 23.
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent?
You mean...
Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Alright. We got door info.
Door info.
Hmm? What have we here? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Did we just see the fucking basketball in the middle of the hallway?
I mean, it was there, but we can examine it. There's other things here, but
I know, but
is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman?
Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match.
basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis. It doesn't matter what sport he is, he's game. Just gotta have a ball. Although I think it'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball.
That isn't the point you should be focusing on, Detective.
You're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on, sir. Bad, Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean up to clean his toys up after he's done playing.
I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
Yes, sir.
There's a little note. What is this? Scrap of...
Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it.
Looks like a note from the victim.
Yeah, it's from Mr. Portsman.
Let's read that more thoroughly, just because I thought they were going to call it out, but... I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll check up to you later. And... what's this?
What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game?
That's okay, Detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off.
Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk.
Positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. Better take note of this.
Wonder what the fuck that has to do with anything.
And I think last thing to investigate is my door. "1202. These 4 numbers on a number plate alone proclaim this to be my office."
Whoops. Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir.
They have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although the idea it could be so easily removed is kind of... I don't see any signs of forced entry.
And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir.
See, they call it out.
Alright, cool. I appreciate that, genuinely.
Meaning the door really was opened with a key. Did you have to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob?
Apparently, the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think.
Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving clues behind. Investigation complete.
Yay!
Poking around this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely.
Huh? How so, sir?
In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case.
Oh, sorry. I was drawing.
Yeah.
You're good.
You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Ashworth.
As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman.
Damn, he just calls it.
What? Mr. Portsman?
I knew it! That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me to. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir.
That is anything but logical, Detective. Lady and gentleman, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door.
Dang, what a line, sir.
Yeah, poetic.
Mr. Portsman, I finished processing the bloody letters, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here!
Oh!
Okay, looking good. You there, catch!
What? Why are you just throwing stuff?
Well, if it is a Detective Gumshoe.
End of the line for you, Portsman. We've got you now.
Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty mad, getting chased out of your... I'd be upset too. So I guess you could stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? I can see right through the unsightly, paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Never thought it would come to this. Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred Montcalm, right? The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know?
Wow, call him his daddy issues.
Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours is now is explaining yourself. Although that, too, will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Even though you have yet to prove anything. The rebuttal. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask you, suppose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we are not done yet. Oh, yes. Alright, I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you exactly what I'm basing my accusation on, with evidence. Alright, so I'm just going to try and rip it, and then we'll press if I am a little too nondescript. Actually, I'm a coward. I'm gonna press him on it.
Alright.
I'm a coward. I'm sorry.
Hey, pressing is free.
I believe I was showing you how earlier. Your speculations mean nothing, and I still insist that I could not gain access to your room. What should I do now? Should I raise an objection? Yeah. You claim to have no way to open my door? However, is that really the honest truth? Alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead and shoot. Very well then. I propose you use this to open my door.
Take that! Oh, the music stopped.
That's a good sign. I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You're able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right. Use your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Gumshoe.
Dick Gumshoe. I'm glad we're built in the beam. Here and now, baby.
Oh, come on.
You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know?
Thinking emoji.
But the room you had Miss Bird open at the time was not your own, was it?
What?
Of quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we?
I'm certain that was Mr. Portman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir.
See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet what if you had misled her, to fool her into thinking that's what you wanted? Ha! And how do you propose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example.
That's right. They do slide out pretty easy.
Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portman used to make Miss Bird think it was his room? That basketball hoop.
That's how it ties in!
What? The basketball hoop, sir?
It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor.
That's very true, sir. Because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door was opening had to be Mr. Portman's.
There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit in front of my office, to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw a suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Round 2. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had to go open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket made of cum.
Oh no!
No.
Oh no!
No.
And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears.
At least mine's not made of cum, sir.
Wait, is it I didn't think you could make something out of that.
If you can make a knife out of milk, you can make a jacket out of cum.
You can make a knife out of milk?
Yep, it's been done by that one, there's that, I think it's Kiwami or something, that makes knives out of, like, bismuth and other things, and made a knife out of milk.
Sharpest milk kitchen knife in the world?
Yep, it is made out
I'm
of
learning
milk proteins.
I'm learning so much today. What the fuck?
That was also the basis of the Nile Rand video where he tried to make a bismuth knife, but he made a knife-shaped object out of bismuth that was like the worst knife in the world. So, anyways, we're gonna leave that line of me
Yeah, let's
saying...
just move past cum jacket, sure.
Yeah, let's just pretend I didn't say that. Anyways, please calm down, for I intend to show who's the one truly covered in slime here.
Oh no!
Edward, we agreed to move past it.
Worst slime to come after that.
The entire time, huh?
Objection!
Oh, that smile.
That was a lie. What are you talking about? How was that a lie? There's a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you, and what were you doing? Ah! Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room, the very room you had Miss Bird open for you. Pursue Allegro is fucking banger. And Confront the Truth. God, he has some fucking bangers of music. That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way. This is proof positive you had Miss Bird open the door for you.
Just jamming to the music in the meantime.
Yep. I'm pretty sure it's his own office door.
Take that!
Yeah, given her prints aren't fucking on it.
I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. Sure are good at wasting time. You're right. I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched.
Yeah, make him do a limbo, sir.
Further, all of the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We all know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office.
And just what's so funny, pal?
Well, the look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What?
Mr. Edgeworth explained it all. Even backs it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit the crime already. Slippery like your jacket.
And as I said earlier, it's also circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I could readily confess I had wiped that doorknob down as well.
Huh?
I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob you had just touched. Which is why I wiped the doorknob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense. Only my Jim's and my own prints would be on there.
You made that up just now, didn't you? What the fuck?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? Well, we know he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like, early evening, for example. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
No, that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size.
Ah, but you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a fucking good point. I can't prove he just didn't overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi.
No fucking way.
Airtight, you say? I realized only just now that I had one just as we were talking. Guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner.
Oh my god.
If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? It was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
We're going on a field trip.
You really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like, you'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, yes, sir! I'll go check out his alibi, sir! Be right back! I sprint down the hallway. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 a.m.
You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere.
Use that logic, motherfucker.
So this is what I'll call, like, a press through, right? Where I think that there's no way for me to do it. I just have to press and then get panicked when I can't find a chink in the armor.
Hold it!
You're correct, it was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and no mistake, it was 2. Ooh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. It was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
It is as you say, however... Yes, however, you're the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come on, I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm getting to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs.
Hold it!
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I head straight for the precinct. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's a perfect alibi.
Hold it!
We did go ask around to confirm your testimony. It was just as I said, right?
Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time.
See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face?
Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we've reached the end of the line. It's time to get off this crazy train. You there! Sir, please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle.
Maggie!
It's Detective Gumshoe!
No!
Ah, dang, back to prison.
Ah,
Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. The intruder I met could have been Mr. Portman, but then who could it have been?
there were 2 motherfuckers involved in this.
Evidence points to the shells being disturbed once before and once after the murder. But who is to say that the person who did it the second time is the same as the first? Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Other than the victim's gun, could there be another gun at play?
Unless it would logically follow that this person brought their own goddamn heat.
If, indeed, there were 2 culprits, then that resolves the contradiction behind our murder weapon. Yes, here it is! My favorite theme. This is Confess the Truth, 2009. Despite the fact that there are 2 bullets here in this room, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, leaving the possibility that the other bullet was fired from the other visitor's gun. Furthermore, if we suppose the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back,
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses.
Sorry. Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I'd assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief.
A thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts?
Not at all. It simply means the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean, 2?
It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me. Which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time.
So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith?
Why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir?
He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess.
Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right?
And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out.
Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do.
But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there.
Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him. And then... he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
Also, one thing is ever so slightly bothering me about the stream capture. I'm just gonna make it like just slightly big enough to cover up a black spot. There we go, good enough. Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another...
Visitor, sir?
Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so... they stole the master key from the security guard's room. And then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize.
The stolen O file, right, sir?
Correct. Only, just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shelves getting messed up twice and the 2 bullets. It was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times.
Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant, because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal? You better be having your mental breakdown right now.
Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything.
Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all.
But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point.
Let's see that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. I'll go into the prison cell.
You know
Wait, no.
something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct.
This is so intense.
The thief you ran into should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. When it came Jim to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at criminal affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happens around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course! Now isn't the time to be wasting time on dead-end discussions. I don't think this is at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it.
You can do it, sir.
We believe in you.
Alright,
I
I'm
don't
pretty
wanna go
sure
to jail.
Yeah, neither... Well, one of you wants to go to jail for the other one, but...
One of us is going to jail if he doesn't solve this.
Yep. Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? It's because he was tired and said he was going to take a quick little nap. You know those sofas in the hallways? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? There were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial. Let's slip through the cracks.
Only 2?
2?
Only 2?
Objection!
Oh!
Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail.
Oh my god, Edgeworth, let's go.
Literally said take the L.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this was 2009, so you fail was much more common in the vernacular. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully.
It says Mr. Sorry. I'm jumping back and forth. It says Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces.
Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. Gee, I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe.
You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Don't you limbo me!
Don't come any closer. I'll limbo. I'm warning you.
This is all part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me.
No!
Man, he's really touch-averse.
I'm literally just patting him down. I'm not doing anything untoward. Also, hey, what's this?
No? Is this something that?
He had this on him, sir.
Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide.
But why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail in his coffin.
Spinny, spinny.
Blood. Oh, that's blood. God damn it. Please, I need to go. I need to leave.
You okay?
I'm
blood.
very bad with blood.
I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
You mean this will be Detective Faith's blood?
No, you've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this videotape.
Yeah, it's totally suspicious.
Was that the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even when you examine this tape for fingerprints. Ugh. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible. Goodbye.
Second dead body.
Man, I wanted him to have a mental breakdown, but I think he just swallowed gold.
Well, now he's dead. The evil is defeated.
I don't know if that's how that works, but okay. Anyway, we placed the body of Mr. Portsman under arrest for the murder of Detective Bunface.
Very good work, Detective.
Thank you, sir. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside of the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir.
It was nothing. I'm just terribly sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies.
It was nothing, really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky I was only a burglary murder this time, sir.
Are you okay?
Honestly, no. My life is a constant downward spiral. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. And finally raising up from a goddess misfortune to a generally unlucky person.
Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
But
That-
she needs the money!
I need therapy is what I need.
I was just also about to say is that also maybe we should consider having therapy as like a listed benefit.
On God.
Maybe a partnership with Better Health.
You know something, sir? The Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt, detective?
Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
Oh, that guy. Complete disgrace to the entire profession. Not like me, who is a security guard who doesn't lock doors.
Not like me, a detective who can't even use basic logic.
We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah. Whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
Though we can be pretty certain it was to steal something. Oh, hey,
Hello,
Dawson.
Dawson.
You're right at the end of case 1. We did it. We captured a murderer.
I have something for this, actually.
Oh, what do you have?
Oh?
Oh!
Nice.
Nice.
Hold on,
Anyway,
hold on.
welcome to my Oh,
Give me another hit. Give me another hit.
Oh, 1 second.
Whose objection is that? That's not Phoenix, is it?
I don't know. It's
Hold
been
on.
added to one of my D&D servers, and I have no clue where it came from.
All right,
incredible.
give me one more. Give me it a little louder if you can.
I can't go loud. You'd have to turn it up for me, I think.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn you
Are
up.
those things connected to user volume?
Yeah, no, it's soundboard volume is no separate thing.
All right, so I got you at 200%. Give me another one last hit. I love objection to I'm just curious as to who that voice is like, but anyways, doesn't really matter.
Hang on, play it again. I might be able to. Hang on. Give me a minute. I can figure this out. You continue your things. I'll be figuring this out in the background.
Alright.
Sure.
Also,
Anyway,
Dawson,
welcome to my shitty New Yorker accent. I've
yeah.
never been to New York.
I think the only thing is if you ease up on the sir, like it is with you SUUH, sir. So like,
Yeah.
I think if you do that, you'll be just fine.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
But also Dawson, you've been drafted. You are now in the
Drafted
silly. You're now in the silly voice shelf.
Oh man, man, I got like one voice. You know, I play D&D, and I'm like, hey man, do you have voices for your characters? No, I have fucking like enunciations for my characters.
That's fine. You're
So,
coming. You're coming.
ironically,
You're coming
I
with
figured
us
out
to
voice
next
actor.
chapter. Oh, who
Oh,
is
boy.
it?
It's Edgeworth.
It is Edgeworth. Okay, I was like, that's.
Convincingly enough.
But Dawson, you're coming with us to next chapter. I think you know who I'm gonna make you voice
I don't.
in chapter 2.
I know nothing of this fucking series.
Anyways, so Gumshoe will pick back up with you.
Aye, aye. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes.
Oh, well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
Huh? The Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that, but rather there are many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence. The stolen O-Series file.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me held me up at gunpoint.
Wait, I realized. I realized what Gia sounds like. You kind of sound like Fran Drescher on the set of the nanny.
I don't know
Like,
who that is.
I don't
You've
know
never
what that
seen The
is
Nanny?
either.
No.
Oh
No.
my god. Y'all were never like awake at like 4 a.m. like sick on a school night watching Nickelodeon? Okay.
No.
Correction. I'm awake at like 4 a.m., but that's because I'm awake at 4 a.m. It's because I'm doing other shit. Anyways, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
What Fran Drescher sounds like on the side.
Yes. I came across this while processing your office earlier, sir. This card.
Bro, it's literally a calling card. What the fuck? What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there?
It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven. A 3-legged raven. Even you should know what that is, detective.
Oh! It's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about.
Yes, it is the mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood, if you will. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Look, something's written on the back!
What? Let me see.
It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files!
So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Quite a few keywords popping up in this little mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief, Yatagarasu. It's starting to sound fake. Looking back,
Probably not helping that it's foreign.
I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. That's right, it's non-linear storytelling, baby!
Ah, fuck. Anyway, the Yatagarasu... I put a Wikipedia article about it in the chat.
Appreciate you.
In
The
Gen.
only way I know about the Yagarasu is because there's like a really OP strat in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mm.
It's called the Yada Lock. It was hilarious.
Yeah, this is one of those things that Ren told me about it, but...
Turnabout Airlines.
Yep.
Going on a plane.
Who's ready for a whole new batch of characters?
Oh, fuck.
Yay!
Yay, I get to stop voicing Gumshoe!
For now.
I think till Gumshoe comes back, let me tell you.
Yep. 2 days earlier.
Oh my.
Dead.
Welcome to iFly!
I fly with my little eye.
Everything began high up in the air, about 9,000 feet to be precise. Thank you for flying iFly Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts.
What kind of crazy-ass fucking airplane is this? This is a fucking circus!
So it's a Japanese airplane. They're advanced.
Yeah. Also, planes don't cruise at 9,000 feet. It's 30,000. So no wonder we're in fucking turbulence.
Lol, Lamau.
Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence.
It's also affecting the PA system.
For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight, but admittedly I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes.
Fair.
Oh.
Oh.
Shit.
What the fuck?
Huh? What's this? A travel wallet? It's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet end up in my pocket? My head. Why would this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevate. This man does have PTSD.
Yeah.
Oof.
Also, why is there an elevator in... Have
And
we commented on this?
This is a circus!
what am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why. It was when I was still, like, a young fucking child.
And that
Flashbacks right now.
insanity.
My man
Yeah.
monologuing to himself.
Anyway,
Yeah.
spoilers for the first Ace Attorney games.
Yeah. They don't reference it too much, but they definitely do this. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown-ass man. Need to behave like one.
It's not how PTSD works, but Godspeed, Edgeworth.
Oh, I should be over trauma. Yeah,
Oh
kids are
my
dumb.
god! I was gonna say they killed Byakuya Shogami!
Haha, he has to be traumatized again. Sucks to suck.
What the world happened? I'm going to request that you play the stewardess and
Aye, aye. Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. Dad!
Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? But no! You have it all wrong! It wasn't me!
Second floor of an airline. Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today. Rhoda Tenado. Okay. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight.
An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. Motherfucker has his, like, life preserver vest and everything out. But murder?
Ready, dude.
What's going on with this flight?
Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated.
But someone was killed, right? But what about the killer? Let me off this plane!
Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit.
I am fucking shackled in my seat. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the hell is he? Why should we remain calm? What is he talking about? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I've simply found the body.
So you say, however, I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant.
Hey, man, there's a lot of hours that went into that, man. I don't know.
Is
Maybe we should try
that-
it.
I
Is
can't
there-
say that with a straight face, I'm sorry.
I know, swearing upon your honor with, like, you know, just that line. We know.
I swear upon my honor as a substitute teacher.
I swear upon my armor, my honor's a nepo baby. I think we're good.
I swear upon my honor as an aircraft engineer. No, anyway.
I know what I saw. And there's even very strong, incriminating evidence to back me up.
What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation? I'm kind of more concerned about mine than the direction that it's going in. Not just about to sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, was it?
Yes?
I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
A chance? To do what?
A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous?
You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Everyone needs their little dinners with the tiny servings of whatever the fuck the airlines serve. I don't know where this joke's
The little
coming.
packets of cookies.
Yes! Yes, I
And-
need to deliver the peanuts!
The incredibly dry chicken.
Yes, the dry chicken, yes.
And a steak that looked like it was cooked in a boot.
Yes, those exactly. I'm happy that you understand the position that I am in.
Of course, as you wish.
Good. Very well then, let's get started.
I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred.
My trial versus the flight attendant.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm talking my way out of handcuffs, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I
Let's
talked my way
tell the
into
whole
handcuffs
truth
never
as a
helped.
professional flight attendant.
My god.
Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you, standing there, with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. So, if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
That's it? That's her evidence?
I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth?
Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it.
Human perception.
Every time they say the killer, I immediately think the killer, like the character, the killer. This game
Alright,
is
so
ruined me.
Objection!
Miss Tenero,
What is with the yelling all of a sudden?
force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct?
Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine.
Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you.
What?
I'd like to direct your attention to this. I'm like imagining him. He has his hands behind his back, so he's like holding it up by one hand, just like by his kidney. Do you know what this is?
It's... She goes around and looks behind him to see what the fuck he's holding. A travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky.
The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero.
What? Impossible!
Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet?
But No, but I saw blood dripping from the wallet! I know I did!
As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you'd be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice.
Oh, I thought we served
Grape
wine on this
juice.
stairline.
Grape juice.
This is a fan's translation. They could say wine.
Well, actually, this is the original release.
Really?
Yeah, this was...
Lol, and also Lamau?
Yeah, like, this was the original release for 1. The fan translation was for the second game. So, you mistook grape juice for blood. It was probably wine in the original
That
Japanese.
makes sense.
The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist.
No! I wanted to be traumatized! I wanted to have a cool story to tell
You
all of my
wanted a
friends
trauma
back
story.
at the book club! It's so boring being the flight attendant!
That should clear up that pesky accusation.
Hold it! Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside. Please.
She's trembling, and the tacton pleads it. I mean, to be fair, it was probably the victim's wallet, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
More like fun sports. It means more game time, you know?
Yeah, there's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from the appearance that it's light.
No! I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself.
She's persistent. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Mr. Nero, if you'd be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. For rocks, gold coins, bullion.
All right. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here.
Seems that this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet as the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree?
Hold it! Please, hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it now?
Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly?
Can I take a look?
Can I take a look?
Why not? I'm rather curious myself.
Byakuya
It's a
Takami.
gun.
He calls himself Ackby Hicks, apparently.
Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks. Which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet. Didn't you?
How dare you!
You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon. But it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you?
What money? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see.
You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play?
Got a strange eye twitch there, Miss Tenero.
It's a tick. I'm very nervous right now, actually.
wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero.
What is it now?
Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony.
What are you talking about?
Simply put, as you saw with your own eyes, the only thing inside Mr. Hicks's wallet was his passport.
Well, how are you supposed to have known that?
If I really was after his money, then why would I steal a penniless travel wallet?
Oh, but that's right.
Because you thought he had money?
You, Mr. Edgeworth, you didn't know it was empty when you stole it.
You'd like to think that, but that's not possible.
What do you mean it's not possible?
There's no way the killer didn't know that the wallet was empty to begin with.
Oh? And what makes you so sure?
How can I show her that the killer knew the wallet to be empty from the get-go? The crime scene notes is that if we actually check what it looks like, there's money literally on the floor.
Oh, true though.
Take that!
If you would recall the crime scene, I admit the wallet was probably not empty at the time of the murder. It's pretty evident by the bills and cards strewn around the inside of the elevator.
Oh no!
I think you've come to realize the problem with your logic. I would surmise that the victim's wallet fell out during their struggle, and that's when its contents emptied onto the floor of the elevator. I doubt the killer could have missed such an occurrence.
Then you're saying...
Yes. According to your supposition, if I were the killer, I would have been going after a wallet I knew to be empty. And since I clearly was not attempting to gather the scattered money, it renders your argument of theft completely invalid.
Forgive me! Please! I need this job! I'm so gonna get fired!
Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant was wrong? So that guy's not the killer? I don't believe it. It's a trick. Will you all shut the fuck up?
Oh my goodness.
Miss Tenero,
Yes?
you lost your cool when you saw a dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's very easy how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense to the thought that you thought I was the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you for releasing me. All right, Dawson, where are you?
Ah, shit, what?
How the fuck?
These are your lines now.
My lines is this.
Correct.
Okay, 1 second.
You know how to speak wingding, brother?
I got this, I got this.
All right.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Shall we
I'll
continue?
take it.
What is it now?
Oh boy.
Say hello to this handsome man.
I got this.
Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged.
It sounds like Virginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who...
Well, he said he was giving us the runabout.
Oh,
I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just as well, see? You, the attendant.
Yes, sir?
I want this person to be under arrest till we arrive at the airport.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for?
What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you.
Please, I would like to hear why you'd like me to be held under arrest until we land.
You? How dare you should have wasted my time?
You're the one who stuck your nose into my affairs.
I just want to spin.
Even at least one more second.
My bad. I read it as evening, like that doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
I want to spend even at least one more second with my precious art.
ESL.
I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent, yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English.
I think he's trying to say insolent.
He's doing his best.
Insolvent.
Well, I hope that I don't dissolve in water, but I don't think that's quite what you meant. I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name.
I'm Zinc LeBlanc II. Remember that. I'm a very wealthy man in the Virginia. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I'm an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty.
Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now?
Pardon?
When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout?
I have to explain? Unbelievable. I'll say it once and only once. Thank God, I'm trying to eat. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yeah, see, the problem is that he talks a lot.
Mother!
He continued to blather on.
Let me shovel some fucking food in my mouth real quick.
Alright, fair.
Food intermission.
Otherwise, I could, in the meantime, we could just have Zell take a crack at this and see how Zell gets on.
I've had
Just
no
need to tag
consistent-
team this guy.
Yeah.
I've had no consistent accent, so I'm like, damn.
Yep. Zell, go for it.
Alright, here we go. Here's me being masked.
Oh yeah.
Immediate hesitation. I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Going down into the lounge. It was exactly 6 o'clock.
And what's the significance of that time?
At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6?
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15.
Hicks. Oh, sorry, that's you.
Hicks was his name, was it? Then I say that man Hicks was killed 15 minutes to time span. In the... And the person in the lounge at the time of this was this prosecutor, yes?
I mean, to be fair, you can play off flubs as just like ESL, so... just start removing words.
That extra does.
you really need to like.
I'm having a hard time reading this normally. Adding or subtracting things will actually break me.
Surely, it needs to be said like that, like stereotypical Eastern European, like we start just saying shit like, oh yes, it's like I'm sweating like the pig here, ah, you know, just shit like that. Just ruin the dialect.
Yeah, I was in my seat this whole time. Me too. I'm watching a movie and a fine glass of delicious aged grape juice.
Aged long enough to be alcohol.
I'm still eating. I have 4 meatloafs in front of me and a loaf of bread.
Shit.
Holy shit.
And I have a glass of ice cream that's bigger than my body.
You know, this man's having a great time. Actually, I agree with him.
For this
I'm
guy,
also here for the dude that's clearly an alcoholic, except that that's grape juice.
Yeah.
He just really likes grape juice.
Yeah, man, I just fucking love grape juice, man.
Listen, he's still eating even as he's talking. Also, can I just shout out something food related for 1 second?
Yes.
Those fucking brownies I made earlier are so goddamn good. Because I like So first off, these brownies are like half a foot thick. Like, I made a double batch in a glass
6-inch
Pyrex
brownies, bro.
Yeah, and not only that, in the middle of it all was like just slightly undercooked enough that it was perma-fudgy even through the fridge. So you've got like the perfect shatteringly crisp outside into fudge, and it's the fact that I have more in the fridge that I could hypothetically go get right now, it's giving me life. But
yeah.
I'm gonna hold off. Now that I've made everybody hungry, let's continue.
Just now that you got me thinking, do I have flour in the dorms right now?
I'm nice and full. I ate like an entire thing of like ice cream during this time.
Listen, man. My words unlock the third stomach you didn't realize you had.
Too late.
It's like
I followed that up for some reason. I followed up the ice cream with pasta from my fridge, and I'm like, I'm doing pretty well actually.
Here, let me speak some magic words. See if I can unlock a sense of hungry from your fullness. Are you ready?
No.
See, here's the thing. Yeah, you're pretty
really mute you, Jack.
Fair enough.
I haven't eaten dinner, Jack. I'm doing this instead.
Yep. So, Dawson, you know my favorite sandwich place nearby. It's actually a pizza shop. I'm not going to name the actual place because they'll kind of dox me online. But their best sandwich that they have, they don't even advertise it as a steak and cheese. They just call it a steak tip sub because they take boar's head tri-steak tips and like the Cooper Sharp American cheese and all that good shit as far as that's concerned. And it's like the perfectly twosome, like 12-inch steak and cheese sub that, in my opinion, surpasses shaved steak as far as that's concerned. And they do a 14 meat lovers pizza.
I do sound pretty good. However, I'm full.
Fair enough.
That with this music makes it sound malicious. This is an attack by Jack.
Yep, it is. It's an attack on both of you. The attack failed for Dawson, but
You're
on
just
it,
kicking me while I'm already down, man. You're just kicking me. It's
you know.
I'm
Anyways,
already hungry, thinking, man.
So please go.
Guess I'm gonna. No hurt. I'll eat when I'm done drawing. I say 5 more drawings in.
anyways, Dawson.
Also, unrelated. Hey, Cowboy, how do you want to be drawn? Do you want to be drawn?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you have any sonas or anything? Like any reps? Or should I just use my imagination?
You're free to use your imagination, and I just want to see what happens.
Lovely. It's not going to be anything high rep, just silhouettes. I'm apparently just going all in on this drawing.
All good.
Anyways, Dawson, why don't you tag back in for LeBlanc while Zell is busy eating and drawing?
I am
Hint.
not eating.
Hint,
Will not
hint.
happen.
Hint.
Fine,
Hint.
I will leave on my headphones so that you cannot hear me, and I can listen as I go get food.
Good.
Consume.
Damn. Okay. The other passenger. The other passengers don't have an alibi. So you have no problem with them, I suppose? No compliant. I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I'm convinced that they made this by like making text typos and then just having that be it.
I believe it.
I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say. But do you think that? But do you have what you say? The evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all?
Yeah, the culprit.
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw? Enough to give testimony?
Of course. I was looking at the man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying small machine the whole time.
Machine?
Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer?
I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. I was surprised that it worked in a fucking airplane.
He's an iPad kid, what can I say?
A simple cell phone? A laptop or organizer I can see, but it's kind of low budget.
I hate that noise, that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Miss Tenero,
Yes?
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English.
I think it's fox in the chicken coop is, you know,
In-house.
yeah. There it is, fox guarding the hen house.
Yep.
I believe
Point
my
for
innocence
Dawson.
was proven earlier. If I'm given the chance, I can clear up all remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then.
I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
Ha! This should not be approved.
Please, Mr. LeBlanc. In an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone.
Who died made
Now-
him king.
Please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. Oh my god, oh my god, oh
You
my
were
god,
not
I have
planning to
to
erase
run to the
evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
Ah, we will see.
Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable.
I am in your debt, Miss Tenero.
However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course, I can see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I'm still a suspect in this case.
I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to touch the partner button.
It's time to
The
head to the
partner
scene of the
button.
crime. The first floor lounge.
Finally, I can talk to my book club about something cool that happened in my life! Ma'am?
It's down to time.
This is she is like nigh on narcoleptic. So bad, so bad.
I'm terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth.
No need for you to apologize. I'm just kind of find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see her that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red. Well, I'm gonna have Zell voice her when, you know, Zell comes back, but not right now, because, yeah.
To get to the first floor lounge, we should take the stairs. Service to the elevator has been cut to preserve the crime scene.
Yeah. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero.
It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you to that extent. I don't want you to think your standing with me has changed.
I see. I will bear that in mind.
I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time.
So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board?
I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes and first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all.
Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for certain. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Alright, we begin our investigation. Now then, let's get started.
But where should we start from?
Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere.
If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes.
First order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. Let's start with the most natural thing, investigating the body and the elevator. What floors does this elevator serve?
Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card.
So the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second. Okay. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Well, there's...
What the fuck is that?
This.
The nook and a cranny.
What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here?
Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Mr. iFly.
Aw, it's cute.
It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop.
In-flight shop?
This bank is a limited edition, and it's so popular that we're down to our last one.
You have an in-flight shop?
Yes. It's just beyond the lounge to the right. I see absolutely nothing strange about this encroachment of capitalism. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment. But it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered.
There's blood on here. This have been the murder weapon?
That's one sturdy piggy bank if so.
It's a metal piggy bank.
It is. I wonder what was hanging off this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. If I could just place my finger on it. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight.
So, Mr. Hicks, he's really dead?
Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse in the elevator.
Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes.
See, she's over the trembling now, though a new symptom of hysteria seems to have appeared. Anyways, I should focus on the body. Let's see. Blood on the back of his head. Could that be the cause of death? Appears to have been struck very hard.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Even
I
his
have
blood.
noodles and bread with butter on it.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
We have broken glasses. If it lets me go back, I think that means that there's nothing else to be done here. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator.
We're still using that euphemism?
Assume it was spilled during the turbulence.
Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt.
Aha!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I found some very important evidence. What is a piece of important evidence? It's these footprints.
Take that!
What is it?
They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree these are a set of footprints.
So you think...
Yes, these belong to our killer.
Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. That's what they do in the books in the book club.
I don't think that's going to be of very much help to us.
Fuck.
Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it difficult to get a definitive match.
Oh, I see.
However, we have found a place where the killer could have possibly been.
You know, next time she's on screen, I want to cross-examine her hair. Have you seen her bun?
Oh
It's
god.
that big.
How do you fucking manage?
Interesting.
Oh wait, that was incorrect? Okay.
It was incorrect.
I have no clue where we are currently on this one. Oh, the statue's still okay. Or like,
Yeah, let's try
something of that
this.
nature.
Yeah, we're just connecting all the disparate bits.
Okay, so I was actively reading something and I zoned out.
It's all good. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Oh! Mr. Edgeworth! I think I figured something out.
It is refreshing to have someone accompany me who uses their brain. Please, enlighten me.
The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head.
Why are we deserving of the master? The obvious title.
Wow.
It
Well,
was her, she was the murderer.
what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
Oh, I just knew it! I mean, I can't think of any other connection. It's just like my novels!
Oh my god.
Perhaps Master of the
She's
Oblivious
adorable.
would be a little more befitting.
I like her, she's adorable.
I love
Yeah,
this
she's
headcanon.
sweet. She definitely has a book club. That's not a new headcanon.
Yeah, like, I was like, man, you're really making a lot of talk about the book club, but she kind of confirmed it.
She likes Agatha Christie.
You say that I said to like glance out towards where my living room is, with Poirot meandering.
Alright, let's see if we can examine this shutter.
The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed.
Must still be clues we found here in this lounge. Okay. Or maybe it's logic that needs to be done.
Why are there stairs? Why is there a grand piano? This is a plane.
This door.
Yeah, plain awesome.
This
Yeah.
door leads to the flight attendant's room. But please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel.
Room is
That's
giving
where
off
I
the
keep
scent
all
of
the
his perfume.
extremely illegal alcohols that I've been smuggling.
Hell yeah.
I think that guy
Also,
up on
did
the
you
second
realize
floor got to him
Level
first.
grape juice.
How did the turbulence not destroy all those liquor bottles? Like, there's no way they stayed in place.
No fucking way.
No clue, man. I mean, it's a
They're
god
fake.
dang.
They were nailed into the fucking
Nailed,
cabinet.
not glued. They put it nailed through glass. Is what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
Yeah, if you look real close at them, the bottoms are all
Yeah.
cracked from the nails.
Yeah, there's like 50 different glass bottles they broke trying to get that right.
I see it. Oof.
Oof, indeed. Let's see. I don't think the perfume would smell great, but just kind of just smells.
Mood.
God, he's gay.
Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth?
Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. Absolutely understandable.
Mood.
It is 6 in the morning. On a flight.
Oh, I forgot there was something in his pocket. Do you mind take a look if I take a peek in that pocket? Where's a picture? Look, it was taken inside a building somewhere.
What the fuck is this thing?
Ah, now we can deduce what was missing from that lanyard. Mr. Hicks's
Objection.
machine is nowhere to be found.
His machine?
His cell phone, Miss Tanira.
Ah, so I guess because it's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce the killer took it. only other place as far as we can do is like there's only a certain subset of the places the killer could be as far as where the elevator could go. There wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a whole different story. And that's where the spilled grape juice comes from. As far as the footprints leading out of the elevator. I have it!
I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. When you just yell things that come from those times when you just seem to stand there.
And go into your mind palace.
She doesn't know about the Mind Palace.
Yep. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder.
What? Really?
Yes. It's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself?
Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless.
Which means...
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
the call was coming from inside the house!
Vacant.
There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Yes! What's going on over there? Dawson.
I got this. Yeah, I don't worry. Let me get my dankest memes here.
And his name is John C.
He enters the room immediately.
Has the stream been picking these up?
Yeah, the stream picks up everything in my headphones.
Oh my god.
This fucking he's like, oh no, LeBlanc's here. Fucking John Cena, let's go.
He's coming in with the steel chair!
My god.
But
I love the idea that he can open his mouth and make that sound. And that one.
Oh god.
Unforgivable. This is unforgivable.
Alright, so the woman on the left, I am her name is Cammy Meal. I'm giving to you, Zell.
Chamomile.
Joy. Oh,
Yeah.
I know exactly the vibe.
She is very sleepy.
Alright, I'm down.
You understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It is the same level as bad as if the plane arrived late. Or that guy dying.
But the movie...
What? I'll not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time.
What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir.
Don't tell me what to do. I need to not sit. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
Fucking dare you? What nonsense? Are you saying the eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Well, he knows eyewitness testimony. That's pretty good ESL.
Not mistaken, merely that there's room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine, suit yourself. Alright, you know, I'm copying the hand gestures.
Good.
Good. Get into character.
You need an extremely heavy gold watch in order to occasionally check.
I don't. Fuck. I had a shitty one of those from like an anime convention years ago. Dude, I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks into that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was 15 minutes later. After yet in that lounge, yes.
Imagine it's 12:30 a.m. and he just can't fucking read.
Wait, that might be it. Then you, the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
Supposed time.
So, my witness testimony. If you can destroy it, then come. Let me see. Hurry! Don't look like a man who is having the time to wait for you.
Why is he so irritated? He's accusing me of murder here. I just have to find a way to discredit his account somehow and fast.
I am certain that I saw Mr. Hicks into the elevator.
Yeah, thankfully you don't have to do that same, like, if you said it before, you don't have to say it every time.
I didn't realize I said it before.
Yeah.
Space the fuck out.
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course. I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes. The only person inside that was Mr. Hicksman. Or was that Mr. Hicksman?
Yep.
Oh, that was good, that was good.
This last little outburst is a bit too important to let go.
Objection!
Objection. Mr. LeBlanc.
What is it?
Nuh-uh. See, I was gonna get there. There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Whose footprints are these?
Absurd.
The ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive.
Damn.
There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth?
Oh, I got this one.
Yep.
The truth.
Can you please translate for us? I'm not entirely sure what.
By the way, say hi to Miss Cammy Meal, and you might
I love her.
you might imagine
okay,
why
I'm
she's not
late.
you might wonder why she's not able to be fired. Or be
No way. That's totally not possible.
Impossible. I feel you.
That's the word. I guess that's what he said.
No way. That is totally impossible.
Yeah, like that.
I know there was no other person in there. I saw it with my own eyes.
If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us.
I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about the contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
Motherfucker.
He's constipated.
Nope. Man's losing it. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when they passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there's no one else inside. No one.
Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down.
Calm up. How dare you to have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying, but I can't let this testimony stand as the truth either. Seems like an interesting statement to press on.
Hold it!
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable is happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time in money. You understand the point.
Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? The summary of the plot and the start time. Interesting. There's a
They were supposed to
go ahead.
They were supposed to show License to Move, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
I think it was Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
I mixed up Move and Love. I got like the M for Move was on Love.
Honestly,
License to Live, Love, Laugh.
Yeah, license to Move is so much funnier than License to Love.
Move, Laugh, Maim. I was like, man, there's a lot of M's in this title actually. I could not see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I feel that. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I was in my pocket watch the destination time when I came aboard. Oh. So my watch is not wrong, it matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about that, if it's alright. Alright, so... So the destination's time. Where's the... Sky Magazine? So all times show correspond to the departure time zone.
Objection!
That's where it was going awry.
Time zones.
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony.
I even see my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board.
Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination.
Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents.
I'd like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky Magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule is also created with that in mind. Miss Tenero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now?
Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point.
That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhengfa.
But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now we are still running on Borginian time.
What?
The time difference between Virginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule.
Teleported out of the plane.
You fucking opened the plane door and threw me out, 2024.
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m.
My 1,000,000 cents! Fuck.
Sir?
That should clear up all the remaining accusations. Just throw Mr. LeBlanc out the window.
Throw him off the plane.
So this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right?
Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing?
I've got something to say.
And you are?
Yeah, oh, I'm Kimmy Meal. I'm a flight
Ooh, love that
attendant.
name.
And what is it you wish to say?
Well, the story is a little different from how I remember it.
What do you mean, Cammy?
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in a seat at 5 a.m., you know?
What? How could you be so sure of the time?
Oh, that's right! He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point.
Ah, the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Zhengfa, right?
Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks.
And during that time, did any of the passengers leave or did new ones board the flight?
No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhengfa.
What about the flight crew?
The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. Sometimes I like to stretch my legs.
So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. Should keep that in mind. The refueling in Zhengfa.
Yeah, I answered his call. I can tell you, Mr. Akavi Hicks was in his seat when he took off at 5 a.m.
Alright, we got your testimony, thank you. That puts the time of his murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m.
Okay. Now, what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhengfa. Damn it!
You were here the whole time? The whole time from 5, yes? And you're the only one who could be the killer.
Oopsie doodle. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Unfortunately, yes.
But then how do we explain the footprints?
Is that not obvious? It's not that obvious. This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in the lounge, waited to kill him. And then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks into the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
Do you have another idea?
Please don't throw him outside the plane again, sir.
I
Do it,
simply
it'd be
feel
funny.
that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? Is it the piggy bank?
You take the piggy bank, you beat him with the piggy bank. And then
It's like something had to happen in the shop, right? This murder weapon, the little piggy bank, is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in the lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a little bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you repaired it, taking it from the shop first to come in here. Doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
There's no way to win with this man?
Nah.
Hold it! If I may.
What is it?
You see, Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh, and how do you know this so well?
Well, it's just that... That piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes.
And when was this?
It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.?
Isn't that just before we hit the patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop just before the turbulence?
Yes, I was.
Come to think of it, Miss Tenira, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door.
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor?
Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first, and then to the flight attendant's room.
Are you saying you passed by me at some point?
Yes. You seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by.
I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was.
Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go in the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about that until now? Is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well.
Shall we head over there then?
Oh, what is it now? God, Cammy is like truly head empty.
There's
I love
a
that.
thought up here. Aren't you getting something, Miss Rhonda? Don't you need the cap's permission to check the shop?
No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right.
That's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything at all.
What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero?
It means she's lying. Come on, you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet here you are.
Like, she went mean girl fast. You.
Suddenly, the accent fits.
She went so mean girl, like, you suck. What are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
God,
The
don't I
sheep.
wish.
God, I would.
Big sheep, everyone.
The captain's calling for you, Miss. Oh, don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me.
Wow, I'm a mega bitch.
I'm a bitch.
I get to take a break!
Fuck. God damn it.
Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. Lambic.
LeBlanc.
Oh, whatever.
She doesn't give a fuck
Now
about
that-
names.
Like,
Now
fuck
then,
your
Mr.
name.
Edgars. If you'd follow me, I'll be your guide from now on.
Something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. Right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. So this is the in-flight shop, huh?
I fucking hate that this is a thing that exists.
It's quite a mess in here.
You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Tee.
Hold it. You can't clean up a potential crime scene.
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much.
Mustn't rush things here. Must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. First off, let's examine the world's ugliest suitcases.
These are fucking hideous.
Wow, those are pretty fugly, huh?
What are these?
Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. Get it? Flying? You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that thing worked on this flight, but in the real world you try, then buy.
No way. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they're on board a plane?
Oh right, sorry, that's me. Hi. Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Mr. iFly heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he?
He looks like a fucked up baby Yoda.
They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
I think he's meant to be a raccoon. But green. It's certainly making something jump inside of my stomach.
Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined taste.
Eh?
You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it.
Oof.
Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
But I never showed any interest in it to begin with.
Tee, it really looks pretty horrible, doesn't it?
That tee
Love
fucking knocked you off balance.
Tee, it really looks pretty horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? This suitcase is designed by Miss Rhonda.
Miss Tenera designed this?
Yeah, at our shitty book club. It was a company-wide contest.
She's in the book club too, let's go!
No, she's not in the book club, she just knows about the book club. I refuse to believe that Cammy Meal would be in the book club.
I showed up once, but apparently you can't fall asleep while reading. It's against the spirit of the club, so... Now I just make fun of her for it. It's
We
way
have
more
beef.
It does have very sharp design sense.
fun. Sharp, like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with one. It's... ugh. Gross.
Miss Tenera designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ah!
You okay?
I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has gotta be a safety violation.
Man, you screamed like you had, like, trauma about that or something. Here, I'll put it back.
Is there
Good
like
thing
a...
no one here has trauma about turbulence.
Sure. Let's look at this shattered glass, shall we? And there's nothing on display inside the shattered glass. A mini captain's hat.
Aww.
It's meant to go on a tiny head. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's put a little hat on that piggy bank murder weapon.
Aww.
I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it?
I have a theory already.
Yeah.
Wow, you've just been like zoned out here, huh? It's like you're in your mind palace or something. Anyways, really?
What's your theory, Dawson?
So, the theory it's a stupid theory. Is this guy stole it because he wanted it, and when the turbulence happened in the elevator, it just fucking smacked into his head or something? Like, just purely.
Full
He's
fucking
not
idiot,
murder.
Lamau.
He's just dumb.
Yeah, I just because it's like my thought process is like oh he talked about how the suitcase can just roll around fucking freely, so that being brought up, this guy just while you're in an elevator during turbulence, he just hurt himself badly.
Very
Right?
interesting. We'll keep a pin in that theory, my good sir.
I mean, that's
If it-
funny, but also, like, footprints, question mark?
Oh, that's just Miles wasn't paying attention to his own footprints because he was being dumb. That's it. He just lied to everyone.
Oh
about
my god.
footprints.
Okay, you know what? I'm into it. I like your theory.
Oh yeah, we're
Well,
going with it.
Let's see. So don't tell me you don't know where things go in this shop.
But I don't. Miss Rhonda's in charge of this place. So, come on, should I know anything?
I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Those are some nice necklaces.
Some very nice necklaces. However, there is a contradiction here. Found at the crime scene, and culprit must have shattered the display case glass to take it. But if they did, something very unusual about this.
Oh, what?
If the killer had broken the glass to get the Mr. iFly bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself.
True.
Ooh, I see.
It's like that Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I guess it'd be like that, huh?
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case,
Nope, there isn't.
which means the glass was broken from the inside out.
It wanted out.
The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass.
It wanted to be free.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over.
I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at the time, too.
That's nice.
Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Mr. iFly from here after the turbulence.
Yeah, no, you lost me.
Wasn't it?
Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen to me when I'm talking to you.
Ah!
But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon.
You're still going on about this? You mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's like a fake?
Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility.
But then, if the killer, what if when the killer went to take the Mr. iFly, and they broke the glass by accident?
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one person it could have.
Oh, and who could that be?
Miss Rhonda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhonda Tenero, huh? There's a little more logic we can do here. Because we just got access to turbulence. Yes. There's definitely something wrong here.
Yes. Yes.
Why are you yelling?
Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Well, sure, they were really bad. Like, really bad. Like, really awful. Like, oh my god.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
You're scaring me, Edgeworth.
Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah? They look upright, don't they? Oh, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess that's takes after the creator. Teehee.
Again, that's also not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find out an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
Teehee. I wonder how Miss Rana would have reacted if she heard you just say that. Oh, what's wrong?
She makes a good point. It'd be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? That's why something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase? That it's unchalked.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels.
As in?
As in, there are no chalks and plates on these. Without those chalks, one would think that the turbulence would have set it flying.
And?
And so it is very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit the turbulence. Let's take a closer look at this suitcase, shall we?
And not from all angles.
It appeared to be unlocked. Let's see what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood.
Ah, mass grape juice.
Look, it's blood.
It appears this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all.
Okay, so explain this to me. I was sleeping. What does the suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps.
Huh? Aren't you just talking about the cloth, then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is...
The body.
Take that!
the
Hell
body.
yeah.
You're exactly right.
The body.
I was thinking about like.
Oh.
Go on, Dawson.
No. No. The thought's gone. The thought is long since disappeared.
Yeah, you essentially thought like, hey, there's a bloody suitcase that had to be used somehow.
Thank you.
You know, that had to, you know, the logical thing is that they moved the body somewhere.
Yeah, no, that's what my thought was. You just worded it better than I was gonna think. I was gonna do that.
Well, sounds like a dead body was moved, doesn't it? So much evidence.
But,
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else, which means that this murder is committed in an entirely different location.
so you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase here and just left it?
Exactly. What is it?
Nothing. It's just that I was thinking about what Mr. Rhonda said about coming here or something.
Ooh. I think that might be Miss Rhonda now.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat.
I understand his sentiments, but if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together.
We can look up some of this floor booze together.
Oh no, it's not booze, it's grape juice.
Yes, it's grape juice. Please don't let her have alcohol.
Does that
That's
work
why I'm so
nowadays?
sleepy. I just had like a lot of grape juice.
What have I told you about drinking on the job?
You do it at your book club.
Book club is different.
No, it ain't.
God, imagine
That's
on-the-job book clubs.
Listen, when you have to like go like absurd distances in a giant metal tube, you have a book club on flight, you know?
Hell yeah.
Also, I have
yeah.
made something for the art fridge.
Oh, let's see it.
Let's go! That's actually so good. What the fuck?
That's actually incredible. I'll be honest, I was a little doubtful when you told me that you were gonna work the hood into it, but you have impeccable vision.
Thank you very much. Also, you did end up in it. It just got blocked, so there we are. We are in the back.
That makes sense.
Cowboy with hamper ears.
I'm down with that. There's like one guy in a server I was in who always called me a gerbil because of the icon. I'm just like, dude, have you never seen Hamtaro?
I'll be honest, I've never watched Hamtaro myself, but even I know what Hamtaro is, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch when I was a kid. Oh no, I think it was on Toonami for a small amount of time for some reason, and I was like, fuck yeah, Hamtaro, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Alright, but we have proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And at least I have enough evidence to prove myself innocent of wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenairo, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth has to come to light. To be continued. We save. How's everyone would everyone like a voice break or a little continuation? How are we feeling?
I'm down for whatever.
I'm good with whatever. I hope my mild voice is not getting incredibly grating by now.
No, your voice
It's
is
very
awesome.
funny.
It's like
It's so fun.
Aniyha, how are you feeling?
I'm alright either way.
Alright, I'll keep pushing us forward then. I know that once we had landed, I was supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenairo and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. I just can't shake it. I was able to talk with Miss Tenairo in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Let me think. Well, first off, this theme rules. I know exactly who this is, but you're gonna take her?
What?
Are you
I don't
gonna?
know who it is. I was just vibing to the music. I'll take whatever you want to give me.
I'm gonna
You
give
are the assigner of roles.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one to you. If I think you know, but this is Francisca.
Oh god, yes.
So I think that's you.
I've been expecting you, Edgeworth.
Oh my god.
Should I do the fucking accent that everyone uses for her? Or...
That voice was spot on. I've never seen
Yeah.
her, but as soon as you said what you said and I saw her, I'm like, shit, that was...
Yeah, that's her. That's her voice. Yeah.
that's...
Alright, time to continue this for however long she talks.
Yeah. Francisca, I thought you were still in Germany.
I go wherever I am. and where there are criminals to be caught.
Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma, and she, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? That would be a bit of a relief if you are.
Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
It is quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I will have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame?
Wait! There's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding? Those never happen in Ace Attorney. I have heard all about the murder by the police radio by the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor, then beat him to death.
Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
Yeah. I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated for myself. I could put your arrest on hold till then.
That's as it should be.
Ha! I don't need a lecture from you on how to perform my duties. From you of all people, I switched that up.
It's all good.
To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of the creed alone is all that I strive for.
Listen, if the words are in a different order, it's just because you're just making them perfect. That's all it is.
Is my brain auto-correcting?
Yeah, it's your brain auto-correcting for where the words should be.
You're just
Anyways.
that good.
Yep, we'll put it at that.
Well, I have my own creed, which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together?
Franziska von Karma's dialogue is never wrong. I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I had no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe, you're back in the story.
Yes, sir!
Too slow.
Damn!
Yeah, she just actually whips people.
What a bitch! That's fucked up.
Listen up. I am leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up. Understand?
Mr. Edgeworth? I'm supposed to guard him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Ah! Yes, sir! Understood, sir! I am in incredible pain! You just leave it to me! Please take me to a hospital.
Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. I'll be clear. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay.
Thank you, Detective.
I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. And you can get me through this incredible pain of being whipped twice.
Detective, you've got clothes on. It didn't touch bare flesh. You'll be fine.
Okay, sir.
I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. We should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I do have a few questions for you. Initial investigation? So how's the initial investigation going?
We just took the body up to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir.
That sounds like Franziska. She's always good to catch quick responses in this case.
I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir.
Oh? How so?
I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Mrs. Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something. And it comes minutes to await your flight's arrival.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America when she should have been in Germany. There must be some kind of backstory to all this.
Backstories? There are none of those in Ace Attorney.
I was just about to say. Yep.
Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details?
It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate.
Yep, I think it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh.
I love how they just mutually agree to ignore Von Karma.
Correct.
Or, not Von Karma, Francisca. So you must be the captain.
Why, yes, I am. And who might you be?
I am the prosecutor, Francisca Von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain! Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
Well, what are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy.
That's fucked up.
I would bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person.
Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip.
Flashbacks.
Oh shit.
Here we go again.
Now see, I'm assuming it's him.
Yep, it is you.
Ah! Sorry. I'm sorry.
You better be. How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money, my friend. I don't have time. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Could I ask something of you, Dawson? You could tell me to no and fuck off, right?
Yeah.
For the next line of LeBlanc, could you attempt Doug Dimmadome, the owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome?
Doug Dimmadome, the owner of the Dimmadome? That Doug Dimmadome?
Oh my god.
That Doug Dimmadome, the owner of the Dimsdale
my
Dimmadome.
Oh.
Okay.
Just see how it rings for you. Just see how that rich...
Just don't southern.
It's like halfway between like Foghorn Leghorn and like a fucking like actual businessman. I don't even 1 second of wasted time to spend. God no. Doug, you gotta say words in a certain way for Doug Dimmadome, owner of the
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Did you finish taking his statement yet?
Yep, all done, sir.
I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back.
What is your cargo, sir?
I'm done pushing back to the original voice. I can't hold that one up. If you make a single scratch in my heart, you will pay.
Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From folk costumes to stone statues, and to all kinds of arts.
Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Mr. LeBlanc,
Damn.
can you please look at this for me?
You're gonna give the man an aneurysm.
Oh, it's a Virginian cloth.
as I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose.
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from overseas for more.
Okay. This is the cargo you were talking about earlier.
No, no, no. My cargo this time is much, much mini gigantic.
Damn.
You detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. And it is no good that attendants refuse to exit the attendant's room, too.
But attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenira. What do you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken to the attendant's room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Miss Tenira's interview the only one taking up so much time?
Miles Esworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenira. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room.
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking. But you can't push the bull over my eyes, Major Esworth.
Right.
Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime here, in the very lounge, but the body was discovered. Sorry, the accent's a lot.
That's quite a lot.
From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant and his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Esworth. This, unmistakably, makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I have to break her line of logic and fast.
Verbal spar. Fight!
You say fight, she actually pulls out the whip.
I mean, she's got the whip. She's not. She has the whip in her hands right now. She has it at all times.
Do not fight her. You will lose.
Unless you have like a gun, I guess. I don't know. That was timed so well with the presentation.
So good.
Hey, Dawson, high five.
Yeah.
Finish him.
You damaged me, man.
Alright. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proved the body was moved from a different location.
Fuck your Occam's razor. Shit's complicated!
The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. Meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions?
Excuse me?
All we did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't actually prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer would simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I couldn't escape that easily.
You should know better than that. Funcom is perfect in every way.
Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there's proof of that.
Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved? In the grape juice.
Take that!
You mean the fucking wine? The wine in front of the elevator.
Yeah, so I imagine at this point, Miles is editing it in his head. It is only grape juice. It is purely his delusion.
Francisca's new to this clown house.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd like you to draw your attention to this spot in particular. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase? The tire tracks. Oh.
Take that!
This mark here. Wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body somewhere else.
Glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. That still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot.
Round 2! Fight!
What crack sound? You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence.
Really?
And then, you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body, stuffed into the suitcase. The plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from. And pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Oh, you think he pulled a self-report?
Not a bad bit of
You are
logic
sus!
for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
But I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose those flaws in our logic in one fell swoop.
Do I look a fake?
To him, you do.
Objection!
Bitch. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools for those tools that those who stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
By the way, it's also understandable because these people sometimes talk weird because they were raised by a German weirdo. They had no friends and they were like legal savants, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just weirdos. They're living.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake?
This Mr. iFly piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon.
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is key. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood in the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was added posthumously when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then, the killer proceeded to pick up the bank from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by bashing the victim on the back of the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Akbay Hicks.
You there.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot there was other people in this room.
Oh.
Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
I mean, to be fair, we are the two most intelligent people in this room, so...
Yeah, everyone was just like
Yay!
watching us ping pong thoughts back
agree.
and forth.
I have to interrupt. And
Hi,
then I will
Lucy.
continue again. But
What?
playing Risk of Rain 2,
Yes.
I have just started. I go up to a chance shrine. I activate it.
Mhm.
Success. I receive a red item. I activate it again. Success. I receive a second red item.
Oh,
What's the... Are the odds of that, like... What are the odds even of that?
Astronomically low.
I was gonna say,
Holy
isn't the
shit.
chance of a success and B a red item inclusive of that success? I thought that was something like a 1 in 10,000.
Yeah, already incredibly low. And then to have not only have it happen twice, but twice in a row with no failures in between.
So you had a 1 in a million, roughly, occurrence happen. Jesus.
Fuck. Let's fucking go. The Risk of Rain gods are smiling down upon ya.
Okay, that was all. I have to go back to talking about characters and death cults and god babies.
Understood. Have a nice
Fair
time.
enough.
That could be so many different things, honestly, like that. So, I hope that's fun though.
I love you.
I love you too. Okay, bye, friends.
Bye.
Bye. But yeah, that verbal
Wild note.
that verbal volley between Zell and I was like, not only did that seem very fitting, but I think our performance was like on par as far as
Yeah.
I think we're doing very
I think we
good.
nailed that.
Yeah,
That was really good, yeah.
especially of a weird adopted sibling rivalry that they have going on.
Yeah, that's one thing I love about them specifically. Like, everyone else will, like, call Edgeworth out for being too loud or for suddenly doing things. Prosecutor just rolls with it. They have the exact same mannerisms.
Because they learned how to do the exact same shit.
Yeah. They are the homeschool kids who grew up together.
Yeah. We didn't find anything in the lounge or in the shop that could be used as a murder weapon, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Niles Edgeworth, it would appear your stole tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been in the same place as the body cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility.
And that would be...
That the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Let me finish. The killer took the bank from the display case before the turbulence. By opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane on the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means the killer has the key to the display case.
Franziska, the person you're describing is...
Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricks the captain. I've granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is a sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall you also wanted to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well. Permission granted, but only if I can sit in your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Mr. Nero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
Alright. In we go.
So you're the ones that poked around inside the plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
This is Tanira.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too?
Can you please help us and shed some light on what you did?
All right.
God, it's so sad. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The captain, he only has ears for Cammy.
I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Melly.
Yes. And on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness!
Miss Tanira, is it? Were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, it's so very sweet that, like, even though she's literally under investigation for murder, she was like, oh, thank God, I have made amends to this person who I have wronged.
Oh no, she's baby. I love her.
She's great.
There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly.
Yes, I was.
And why were you in there?
Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have hit a nerve.
all I did was go check up on the shop like I always do.
You're saying it was for work then?
Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise.
After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to your room. Which is this room, yes?
Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell.
This Taniro claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. Is that all there is to it? Maybe we should ask her about that thing.
Please don't bring up the suitcases. Please don't bring up the suitcases. Oh god fucking damn it.
If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tanira.
What's that ugly?
That suitcase!
Yeah, so about this suitcase. You're the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured out something else about the suitcase. It's the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
Will you please tell me more about this suitcase?
Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
The last one there. So you're saying, Miss Tanira, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
Yes. They're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves.
There's that facial twitch again. It's not exactly the impression I got from this meal.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about purchasing it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you.
It goes great with my it doesn't go great with my complexion, but it might go great with the complexion of a jaundiced zombie.
I guarantee it personally as a service professional.
Well, that is... How should I put this? Yes. Why couldn't you just come and say that it's evidence instead of it's hideous?
I love how earlier he was like, I need to watch what I say. And now he's like, it's bad.
Maybe that was a bit too harsh.
A man fucking hit her with a steel chair is... It's a little fucked up.
Moving
She
on,
wants to die. She wants to throw
Moving
herself
on.
out of the plane.
He's just like moving on.
Grounded, so she won't actually die. She longs for it.
Yeah. Moving on. My issue with the case isn't the design, it's the amount of them remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1.
Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction.
When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left.
Something's amiss here. What's the meaning of this inconsistency? I do notice that there's another one in the corner. By the way, Miss Teniro, what's one of those suitcases doing here?
That's...
I thought you said there was only 1 left.
That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now.
Used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Teniro, I'd appreciate it if you didn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves it hasn't been used for nearly as long as she said. Bitch, it still has the tag on it!
Take that!
It's also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase.
What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase?
Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Teniro, I think I understand. I know what you're trying to hide. And this suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still attached, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. As the person who bought this suitcase was... you yourself.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Teniro? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
Zen, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was...
I'm sorry. All I really have is my job.
And the book club.
And the book club. The book club is just wish fulfillment. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something.
But the suitcases didn't sell.
It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
we weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. This is my job, and I check there. I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
Jesus. You buy one every single time you work a flight?
Oh, sorry. Forgot that was me.
Yep.
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well.
Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase.
This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Miss Tanira, where are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold.
Then the suitcases a killer used.
Could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to...
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. I wanted to make something out of my fucking life. All I do is fly up and down, here and there, looking pretty, smiling, giving these fucking idiots their wine. All of the fucking wine.
And the peanuts!
Something!
See, she calls it fine. Ignores the breakdown. Just pat her gently on the back.
Miss Taniro, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
I'm sorry about that mental breakdown. I recently watched American Psycho on the flight, and I'm feeling very much like the main character.
I'm surprised she didn't read it in book club.
Is it,
The only other way is just through that door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because... just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to.
Which means the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it.
Yes, Francisca?
Going on these wild goose chases, you're disgraced to the uncommon name.
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells us the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card.
Maj Ezrat. You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Mary. I asked her earlier and she has this to say.
Francisca got information out of that narcoleptic?
That's pretty impressive.
Really glad I didn't have to act that out. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular key card is you, Miss Randa Tenio, and only you.
What? Is this true, Mr. Nero?
Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on. I can't believe I just got done emotionally dumping all of my trauma onto these two people, and now my key card is fucking gone!
What's wrong?
She just said her keycard's fucking gone.
It's fucking gone!
Cards.
Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen, when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through.
Wait! It's not like that!
Oh, well, the entirety of Discord just...
What happened to your Discord? Did we lose Zale?
I believe we've lost him, Captain.
07.
07.
Dawson, how do you feel about being a German woman?
How do I do not feel about being a German woman. I feel like that's the exact opposite of what I am as a person.
Look, I would take her, but I've already got Gumshoe and Tenero.
Very fair. Hold on, Zell's posting in Gen Chat.
Yeah. Did you know?
Oh.
I do that a lot, honestly. I'm sorry to say you're netless.
Maidenless.
Unfortunately for you, however, you are stackless.
What does that mean?
Okay, so in the Dragon Ball tabletop that I helped work on,
What? Back up, rewind, run that through me like 5 more
I
times.
helped work on a Dragon Ball Z inspired tabletop.
What?
Yeah. Okay. So there's a Dragon Ball Z fan-made tabletop, and like a year ago, when I was in the server, they were looking for new collaborators who work on it, and
Hello,
I
welcome
got
back.
in on that.
Hi, Zell.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi,
didn't-
Willow.
Yeah. I by the way, I asked Dawson, so Dawson, how do you feel about being a German woman?
That's not me, I tell you what.
Yeah. Listen,
But,
I appreciate the stand-in, though.
yeah.
I saw my line pop up and I opened my mouth and then immediately Discord shut down. And I was like, well,
It's like
no Francisca.
No. But for what stackless means, it's talking about a resource in that game.
Got it. All
You got the
right.
stacks for you're gonna get your ass kicked.
Anyway, Zell, continue when you're ready.
Okay. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth! So this is the thanks I get.
To
It
be
is.
fair, Mr. Edgeworth has to be a cold bitch sometimes.
That bitch chilly, you know what I'm talking about?
That's wrong. There's disbelief written all over your face.
Francisca, I know that you're the lead investor on this case. However,
Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of our time. You know the rules as well as I do. You know the rules, and so do I. I'm sorry.
we are no,
That's what I thought.
we are
Don't
no
worry.
strangers to love.
No, we are. We were homeschool kids. Evidence
We-
speaks louder than words.
We didn't even love each other as siblings.
No, we grew up as karma. You kidding me? Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. Total commitment is what I'm thinking of. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise. Alright, so we gotten through. The cargo hold is I mean, it's like a smidge of a spoiler, but it's the final area, so thankfully we don't have to investigate too many more goddamn things in this chapter.
Yeah, I love being German and also tired.
Yeah.
Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? I've never been in one of these before, peace! It's so big!
He's having a great time.
This plane is a special model. Yeah, no shit, dipshit.
Really?
It has a lounge, it has a shop, it has a
There's an
bar.
elevator.
There are elevators. It's like... It has both a super large cargo hold and extra luxurious first class seating, which, by the way, like, there's not a plane in the world that I could imagine bolting a fucking, like, fuel is precious and weight is precious. I think hyper-consumerism is beaten back enough at the doors that it's like, there's no way to make consumer products profitable mid-flight instead of selling them just before the flight, so... If that offers any assurance at all, and
Thank Christ.
it's like, that's a 0% possibility.
But that still makes the airports absolute fucking disaster zones.
Oh yeah.
True, and that'll never change, because that's where capitalism will have you have, like, a mobile Best Buy that charges you $100 for a charger cord.
Yeah.
So
this
yeah.
is a real scene of some murder.
There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct?
Okay, let's get investigating, sir.
Well, first thing I notice is the suitcases.
Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair!
Holy suitcase, Batman.
These must be all the leftover ones they can't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over.
This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams Nazi!
Screams something. Well, why not purchase one then, Detective? I'm sure it'll bring you much happiness.
You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200?
Wait. She's spending $1,200 a flight?
How is she
How much is she
making money?
earning?
This girl's not making money, bro.
Between the suitcases and the books, I don't know how she does it.
Mm-hmm.
She fucking doesn't. She's in horrific credit card debt.
Oh god.
I believe that. That's fucking so much.
Oh my god.
Someone needs to have a talk with Miss Rhonda about her finances.
I
Oh,
think I'll pass.
Miss Tenira wonders why you'd sell them. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Well, it definitely looks like one's missing.
She's either in severe credit card debt or she does fucking drug smuggling on the fly.
Do you think she has a really good discount?
Who knows?
Employee discount 5% off.
Hey man,
I mean, 5% off 1,400 is a lot.
Like, I'd take that. I'd take that 5%.
Do you think she gets like airline points for buying the suitcases?
Or maybe she can buy it with
She's doing the
points.
flights already.
Yeah.
Anyways, what's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? Oh, it's glass, and it's punctured my foot. Oh, it is glass.
Whoopsie doodle.
Damn.
Alright, there's also this weird black suitcase here.
Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal?
It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we take a closer look.
There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir.
Wait, there's a file?
And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir.
Looks like a profile on Franziska.
The fuck?
What the fuck?
Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? Franziska? You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? You then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at the airport for something besides this murder.
I was.
Why were you at this airport?
I've been following a very large and involved governmental level in international crime. Wow, that's a lot. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone.
Yeah, the drug smuggling that she does in order to afford all of these fucking suitcases.
I've been following a very strange drug smuggling casing involving very ugly suitcases. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with the Interpol.
Interpol is involved.
This is a top secret operation, so I can't really tell you any more than I already have.
I think we have the logic we need.
Do you want to show her the file on herself?
No.
Okay.
No, why would that information ever be relevant for her?
I think it would just be funny.
No. Why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska?
Oh, I know! I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Kama, sir.
Franziska said that she had come to his airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh! Maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's far more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol Agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do.
Gasp.
Meanwhile, there's broken glasses and broken glass.
A lens.
I see.
I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses!
Took you a moment to realize that, Detective, but yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Look, it's been a second since I've had my noodles. I'm running on a calorie deficit, sir.
All two of his brain cells were working really hard for that one.
That's fair.
I understand him. I feel it.
I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of the glass's lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for like a while now?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that!
That's just a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Anyways, Franziska, talk. Who was Agent Hicks? You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense. What are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looked like they got to him first.
So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then?
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail. Very large international smuggling ring. Oh my god.
Let's go!
Hell yeah, brothers.
He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case.
No! She's smuggling coke to afford all of these suitcases!
I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone when he landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead.
I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold.
But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage! Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Oh!
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
It hurts so much.
Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing.
Please
Franziska,
help.
Do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation?
No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after we landed.
I see.
Does anyone have an ibuprofen?
But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew.
I'm sorry, who? Hang on.
Francisca.
Oh, I'm so
This
sorry.
was me, Edgeverse. You are in my mind.
I'm sorry.
Sibling energy.
As enters the cargo hold, it was that person who let him in.
I thought I was on a roll, but you know, we're volleying. We're on the same intellectual level and wavelengths.
Yeah, it has the I finished your sentence energy.
Yeah.
Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glass are a testament to that. And then
The killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and
they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor.
Cracked.
I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know, but you're thinking Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhonda Tenero.
At this point, I don't know if you're saying it as a joke or if it's a joke, keep going. I love that her name is Rhoda, and you very clearly added the N, and it's just like...
She's
I have
just
to hear it the
Rhonda
entire
now.
time.
Yeah.
No,
Nobody
I
can get
just,
her name right.
I'm just illiterate.
Just keep it with Rhonda. At this
It
point, it's like...
started as a... I was just gonna, like, start the joke that the sleepy one says names wrong, and then I just genuinely internalized it as Rhonda.
Yep. That's where I thought it was, and I'm so happy that that's where it's gone now.
Yep. I think I'm just gonna have to... I have to stick with it at this point. I've dug this hole.
You have
It's
to.
canon.
Yep.
It's canon!
Anyways, let's hear from you as to the definitive evidence.
If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such a high-level access card is Miss Rhonda Tenero. I'd say this is a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? Someone's been blowing on my phone during that. Hold on.
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as she claims. So we'll press on the keycard point. But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero.
Objection!
It is highly likely? Is that possibly the best thing you can come up with? You call yourself a disciple of my father.
Yes, well, I don't have any evidence.
Be quiet! You are a disgrace.
Holy shit!
Keep going hard, man.
There's more evidence pointing at Miss Rhonda Tenero than you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Mr. I Fly piggy bank?
Yes! She's also the only person with the keycard with the key to open that display case.
Hold it!
But that is a fake.
Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is a red herring. If you must keep insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon? And where did it go? Speechless, I see. This is not a surprise. After all, you know we've been searched the entire cargo hold and come up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. It should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon. The body? Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you have made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy.
Yes, sir.
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Ah! Yes, sir!
Anything that gets me away from that whip!
Ah!
Go get some ibuprofen.
Did you just say Advil-profen?
I'm taking both, sir!
Saying ibuprofen is impossible like that.
The thing is that there's two things conflicting there with German, right? Is that you have like the I, which typically I with like everything else in German is not meant for the singular I thing. It's usually like in EI as in like Stein, as far as that's concerned. So ibuprofen is fucking difficult.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, the
Not to mention
difference
that-
here is given that, like, the I in there, we, in English, write it down as a single character, but it's actually a diphthong with A and I.
yes.
I?
Yeah.
I think there's also the problem that I always stir, like, whenever I'm not sure if I'm doing I keep almost calling it von. Whenever I keep doing Francisco right, I'll stir in a little bit of French just to stay vaguely European, since it doesn't, it's Spanish, right?
And I was actually just about to comment that, is that your Francisca is like just a little bit French, which like fair enough, right? But when you're talking about like some ibuprofen, like if there's anything the French hate, it's fucking vowels next to each other. Why?
God.
Why do you think that when it goes from like LE space word, that if it is like a, you know, lure, like L apostrophe
It just
HOURE,
becomes L, yeah.
it's just they drop the E because they want it to flow, and it doesn't flow. German, very harsh. Doesn't give a fuck. Anyways, enough talk of language.
Harsh and incomprehensible. Perfect for Von Karma.
Yep. Anyways,
So I
Gumshoe.
don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about with all this language stuff. I don't know what's going on here, but we've got a big problem, Mr. Edwards, sir.
We're all out of ibuprofen.
What is it, detective?
They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure.
Report now.
Please don't whip me! The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area?
Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Interesting.
Scruffy, what is I had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Right?
Well, that's,
Speak or I whip.
Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless.
Ah!
Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there.
Oh, we know what that means.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Dawson.
Damn it. No, remove yourself from my way.
I thought you were about to say no as in no to voicing the character.
No.
What is all that racket?
It's him!
My luggage, my cargo, they're mine. I demand you return them to me.
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose suppose there's no choice.
Oh, jump!
Shoves the man down the stairs.
Finally, I think he get. What are you?
You have me no choice but to use strong force. Let me say it in my language.
Are you ready? You won't get past me. This is. Wait. That's it. That's what this whole thing has been about.
That'd be pretty shy.
Murder? No. I'm gonna do this one if that's okay.
Sure, yeah.
There was the murderous bank. They came up empty-handed. Nothing considered a real weapon in the hold. And the doc said it was one giant bruise, as if severely beaten.
That was a crunch.
Yep.
I think he's
Arthur
dead.
has another guy dying to find out who killed
God, I
him.
hope.
I can't believe he died, but so Edgeworth could have an epiphany.
Listen. I'm important to this case, I tell you.
Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's an extensive bruise over such a wide area. Was that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. And if that's the case, then the piggy bank is too small. Oh, piggyback is much too small to have caused that. Actual typo.
I thought I misread.
Therefore, the murder weapon must have been something far bigger.
Woo!
And yet it couldn't be found. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlook from the very beginning, because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska!
What? What do you want?
Are we just gonna ignore that guy?
I have it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon.
Okay, we're just gonna ignore this guy.
You did. Look, they're hyperfixated. They're neurotypicals.
Yeah.
Non-neurotypicals hyperfixating on the murder. They're not gonna pay attention to anything.
Yep.
He really jumped, guys! He really fucking jumped!
We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us the whole time.
He might be hurt! We should go check up on him, sirs!
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should have learned to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping people.
Anyway, you really are a prosecutor, and you'll back yourself up as evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
Come on, Zen. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
I'm just gonna go make sure this guy didn't break his spine. Have fun with
Stay
your
here, I will
mind
whip you.
palace battle.
I don't
He's
have
like,
evidence to show. I don't have any evidence to show you.
With foolish reasoning for a foolish fool for foolishly fooling. Hang on, I got this. I fucking got this. Give me a minute.
You got it. You must have this.
I believe.
This is her thing.
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool who foolish fool meant to fool me.
Perfect.
Flip it.
What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show?
That is excellent, Dawson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal.
The fuck does that mean?
Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what was the cause of death. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground.
That's his death?
Yes. This is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside the plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there's some place around this plane which he could have fallen from that I definitely do not see?
As I said earlier, the answer's been right in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean.
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What? Then... We're in trouble! We may have a second death on our hands, sirs! For the love of God, I'm just gonna go and check on the guy! Hey, you! Tell me you aren't dead, pal! Oh, thank God!
Why are you screaming?
Oh my God, I thought you... Oh, he's alive!
I'm gonna swan dive out this thing because I'm angry at you.
And there you have it, Mount Esbeth. It's not possible Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That means that man is living proof of that.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is this supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then?
He would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir.
That sounds pretty yummy, honestly. So I suppose that man... So I suppose that man over there would still be breathing. But the reality is the cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your vile hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there is no proof it was always there.
Ha! That you could have been a window of time for that giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What?
What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is right now? The refueling in Zhengfa.
Take that!
You refooled. Refooled? You refooled. Francisco's mental match. You refueled in the Republic of Zhengfa?
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
Ah! It's labeled Zhengfa Express!
Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
This would mean that the box was not there when the cargo hold during to Europe Zhengfa to the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
But your theory still has very far-fetched.
It'll allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. The first order of business is to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Investigation 2!
You pull up the chart, it's just heaps of cocaine.
It's a rather large piece of cargo.
Well, cocaine.
There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Aleph Red Statue? Never heard of it.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove if it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Then let's get investigating, sir.
Okay, give me a second. Let me find a good one for theirs.
Do you have a goat? Like the screaming goat meme?
I don't. Have y'all seen Whiplash?
Yeah.
Why am I asking y'all?
Yeah, I have seen some clips of Whiplash.
Being so polite. Get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish you.
That's all Virginian, and yet we somehow understand.
Man,
I don't have a go. I have that.
You know what? I'll take it.
Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission.
Ah! Don't rush up on me like that, pal!
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? Should see what else I can find out from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it's mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. The Alfred statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more.
Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been this large cargo hold.
10 million cents?
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective.
Darn. How did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. So that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars?
Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance your cargo is related to the murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no touchy.
No touchy, okay. We'll see if logic bears any fruit.
It was art.
If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue is bought on board in Jingfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. Dawson?
Oh, my bad. What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
You mean the cargo certification document? Doctor. Mr. Zinc Blanc, why didn't you say this earlier? Please, show it to us at once.
He has a PhD.
I have a PhD in art. All kinds of art.
I can't read this. What does it say?
It says plain as day, the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Matt Edgeworth. So bad for you. The statue was bought in Europe, just as stated on the certificate.
No, that's...
Which means there was never a window in time in which the statue wasn't sitting there.
the Alfred certificate. Okay. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I'm right.
This. I know I've seen this somewhere before.
Oh, hello!
Goddamn.
This is the Alfred? Looks like it's gonna fucking curse me. But it gives off such a feeling of awe! I can practically smell it!
This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I've brought it to this country to exhibit it. 10 million cents, by the way.
No, even more. Let's take a close
Even
look,
more.
shall we?
This is the shit that was in that picture the Vic had on him.
It was. There's something wrong with this picture. In particular, this tarpaulin. Is it this one?
Your badge. Show him your badge.
Yes!
No can solve this dig gumshoe. Choose him.
Oh.
Okay, I see we're at the point where we're just kind of like...
Yeah, I understand where we're at, but I think I need to look at something else. In particular, I know the other thing that's wrong. Yeah, because if you look in the organizer...
Oh yeah, those eyes are red.
Hmm.
There we go. These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out till I felt ill.
I don't care about sunset. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Huh? Oh, sir, they're red!
As I thought, the statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do you not know I'm a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
The Aleph Red. I suppose it's your pride and joy, is it not?
The biggest trophy of my European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess the statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Get ready for a flashback.
Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy for what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the
Aww.
two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now that Oh. Maybe I'm the asshole.
It is a photo... Oh, that's you.
It's a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. I disagree.
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
I'm being thrown out the plane!
We're taking off yet again. I believe that even further examination is required. Now they have confirmed this is indeed a fake. There must be some proof that this is brought on board in Zhengfa. Now present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. This is now the point. Now that we've established it's a fake for sure. That the contradiction is between that and that. Oh, maybe it's just the, Okay, it's gotta be a different piece of evidence. Maybe it's that this cargo was loaded in Zhengfa, and so it being on top of the cargo in Zhengfa.
See, I'm worried it's just not, like, that you're selecting a spot that it's gonna be like, see, you're not clicking on the tarp.
There it is.
Okay.
I got it.
What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of the cargo getting stuck onto another piece of cargo. Oh shit. That's not possible!
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue's on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was absolutely brought on board in Zhengfa, there is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa.
What about the cargo setup?
Let me ask you in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say, but I don't believe... sorry. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed.
That may be true, however you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates.
What? Oh, alright.
Goddamn.
Cool. You've gone over my head. I am truly becoming my character. But alright then, cool. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh?
Yes. While this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold, a rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board.
A photo of the missing valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he needed to do was hold the Zingfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Zingfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer! Move the statue immediately.
You, officer, with your bare hands, move this like 12-foot stone
This
head.
is all down to prove our theory that someone
Like,
will
I've been
die.
eating the spinach. I believe I got this. I can survive the fall.
I want to
I
throw.
want to stone?
Oh, that's you. I'm sorry.
As of us, we spin the same things. I want a thorough investigation of this fall underneath. Now.
Miss One Karma, ready to report my findings.
Go on.
After moving the Aleph Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction.
I see. So there was a reaction to luminol, to indicate that there was blood on that spot.
Oh, can we stop looking at it now, sis?
It would seem that my deductions were correct after all.
I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned the blood up well.
And how do you think the killer did that?
How'd the killer clean up all the blood? Well, we have the evidence for that already.
Burgeoning cloth, my friend.
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up this mess.
I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zingfa.
Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover.
So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa?
There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. If that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhengfa, then this becomes highly suspect. The person who said that he was for sure at his seat at 5 a.m. This meal's testimony is contradictory.
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know.
She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but
That totally contradicts the facts, sir.
But why would she lie about someone like that?
I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself.
Oh, goody. I get to go back to this.
You do. Here's the main problem, is that you're both Francisca and this in the same scene.
I'm
Oh,
Die.
no.
ready for it. I'm ready.
I'm like so ready for that.
I'm like so ready to do both.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Miss Meal. Miss Meal.
Huh?
Do you recall what you said earlier? But when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa.
Huh?
You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in a seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa.
Huh?
Miss Cammy Meal. Miss Meal. Please don't tell me my internet shut out.
No, I think that maybe their internet shut out.
Aw. Is Aniyha here?
Yes, hello.
Earth to Zal.
Oh no, we lost the chamomile.
However, we have a delicious cup of tea now.
Really.
Hold on.
Not again.
Not again.
Team Discord's blasting off again.
Oh, there they go.
Well, while we wait for them to return, I'm getting closer and closer to forcing y'all into a game of D&D at gunpoint. So much closer.
Hello.
Now they're back.
Okay.
Hello.
Again. On my life.
I was like, this is a suspicious amount of silence.
It's literally just Discord, because it's really funny. My internet isn't cutting out, because I'll immediately, like, unclick audio on the stream so I can hear what's going on. So I witnessed myself disappear.
Fun. Anyways.
Anyways, maybe I didn't see what I thought I did?
The audacity of this bitch.
Really?
No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
You'd be surprised. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well. Miss Meal, if you could please tell me about your alibi during the time span from just before we were landed at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgemont? Back out.
Back to cousin it mode.
Oh, yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Oh, yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by myself.
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Wake up. She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Specifically on the time that she should have had someone else in the room with her.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh, well, I think Contradiction just popped in to say hi. For that reason, yeah, you absolutely should. I just feel there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
How? What are you talking about?
It's not possible you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6. Where's that receipt? 540.
Take that!
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal.
Huh? A receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Teniro brought. Now, if I might direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Teniro.
Yes.
Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Teniro, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes. I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendant's room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Meal there at that time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Can I get a quick little honk shoot?
Honk me.
Honk me. Miss Kimmy.
That was, bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Just said bathroom. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know.
You take me for a fool? I know none of you are the Dragon Warrior. None of you. It's a little too convenient to just, by happenstance, be true.
Everybody shits. That's the truth. Cross my heart.
While everyone shits, I think you are a shit, Miss Cammy Meal.
Oh, damn. You got me.
I don't have enough counterproof, conclusive evidence to counter-argue her in this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? But, come on. Did you give me a chance to hear me out?
So I didn't quite hear this, but I will put this on, I'll put this on you a little bit, Zell.
Uh-oh.
From an earlier story where Aniyha and I didn't quite overhear it, but you told us about it anyways. But how you would, jokingly said, essentially someone saved you with some whiteout.
What? Oh, yeah.
I'm imagining you saying that following statement in the Cammy Meal voice now, and I can't unhear it in my brain.
Oh, you mean, I'll suck your dick?
Yeah. Didn't know how cagey you wanted to be on stream about it,
No,
but, you know.
No, that's fine. I don't care. I'll talk about sucking people's dick. It's alright. I would suck so much dick for good whiteout.
That sucking dick is my niche, goddammit.
Listen,
Didn't mean to encroach on territory.
I'm encroaching on my gay territory.
Dawson, I'm sorry, but you have way too much competition.
To be fair, I'm Ace. The actual game is yours.
I mean, let's put it this way. I'll say... Actually, now that I think about it, we could all talk a big game, but I think pretty much everyone I know is, either AFAB or, not in a position where sucking dick would be their specialty. So you know what, Dawson? You can have it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I know exactly what I was.
You've been, awarded the one.
I just gave you, a golden dildo that's made into a trophy.
I just need a roll that just says gayest man in server. That's all I need.
You know what?
Hang on, I'm getting a knock
it.
at my door.
I'll work on it.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, cool. While this is going on, and while I'm probably not gonna have to voice shit, BRB.
Okay. I'll work on it, Dawson, don't you worry.
Fantastic.
You'll be given a place of high honor.
The gayest man in town. Let's go.
Sorry, we're mid-tape.
Just be aware, Dawson, that if you want to stay the gayest man in town, is that you will need to suck a dick somewhere to prove it.
Okay, I'll re-download Grindr and lower my standards a little bit. Or a lot of bit, honestly. People around here.
Yep. Anyways, sorry for that raunchy bit. Let's continue. Anaya's off for a hot second, but I think we'll be okay.
Just had a
And
random
the detective comes
aside.
back.
Yep.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew, but I'll suck your dick. But
And he's
you
like,
think
okay, I think we got...
I think we figured it out, guys. Let's go home. But I think maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhonda, too. She was the one in charge of the elevator keycard at the shop, you know?
Yeah, they beat you to that one. Also, it's
If you ask me,
Rhoda.
that makes her, like, super sus.
Please get my name right.
What, Road?
Please leave Miss Tenira out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for right now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering Miss Rhonda all of a sudden? We're in our
It's
shitty
Rhoda.
book club. Oh, I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhonda. Maybe she sucked your dick.
Of course I'm keeping my eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Dude, phrase that
Really
differently.
creepy with the last statement I just said.
Phrase that differently.
I'm just T-posing in the background right now.
Never mind. But you want to know
We
something?
call that T-pose art, just by the way.
Miss Rhonda's kind of...
I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now is not the time for this talk. Alright, so we're going to go to... So let's press her on this. What exactly are you in charge of on this flight, Miss Meal?
sleeping and being sexy. I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
The captain just lets her here because she has big tits.
Aw, but I spend so much time in there. I might as well be a responsibility.
Sleeping. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages.
Listen, I understand that there's sometimes a translation when it comes to Cammy is very talented in tongues, but I don't think that counts here, Miss Tenira.
You know
I'm
what, Sarah?
really,
Please
really
continue.
talented with my tongue.
Send her to prison? I no longer wish to hear her words. I'm
It'd be
good.
better than your book club.
I fucking hate you.
I feel like Tenira is like, whatever is holding her box-shaped butt in place, probably needles, is like this close to stabbing a bitch. At all times.
So she assists passengers who may not speak English.
Oh, I assist him alright.
Especially those who speak Borginian. She is the only one on this flight who is fluent.
Oh, you mean that kind of... What am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
I did... What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Borjonian or whatever.
She's fluent in Borginian. I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borjonian.
Very interesting.
Yeah, she's really good at DiGiorno.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, I love Bonjana.
I'm a huge Bon Jovi fan.
I want to show her the fucking the doc, the Borginian doc.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just need, like, this, and then the Aleph Red certificate.
Objection!
I was trying to shove this at the statue earlier. Maybe it'll work on you.
Statues can't read.
So you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Virginian. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. starting to problem Virginia for a while.
If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it?
Huh?
This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who reads it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Beale. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not have occurred.
We lost her.
Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you.
Can I like pull out my gun?
Oh no, I was taking a hit. No, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep for you, Mr. Hodge. It's exactly like you said.
Are you confessing to have participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the only one who signed up on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. I have my signature on that piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it.
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that.
That's negligence. We can still charge you for that.
Yeah, but I have great tits, so see if it sticks.
I mean, that's the most true thing you've said all day. Well, it seems like she's finally awake, so I've made this fight tougher for myself.
I suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved with the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have had a strong motive to kill. Wow, this is a 180. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding the smuggling ring. And he just went, and just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhonda is in the smuggling ring, remember?
At least get my name right when you accuse me.
Whatever, Robo. After all, unlike me, Rhonda has access to many things in this plane for work purposes.
After all, unlike me, a boba has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
Rubibo.
I desperately want to know if she's supposed to be like actually smoking like a pipe or something.
No, she's
or if we
blowing
got one
bubbles.
piece.
She is blowing bubbles from a bubble wand.
Have we
a bubble
gotten
solution.
4 Kids One Piece?
We might have.
Yeah.
4 Kids One Piece, like,
See?
yeah, chew your candy, like, his cigarettes. But they added fucking a sucker into his mouth.
Oh no, I love it. It's so good. I was trying to get my brother into One Piece and he accidentally watched the 4Kids version and now refuses to watch any other version. So
4Kids version, so I don't like One Piece either. Primarily because I like the powers, I can't get past the art style.
the art style's a big hurdle, but the story is so good, dude.
And I will say one thing though, the 4Kids version has the best opening.
No,
The pirate rap is so goddamn funny, dude.
I can't defend it.
Dude, I have a buddy in one of my servers, his name is just Chopper's Doctrine.
No, it really, it's just, she's just blowing bubbles. There are no other sprites in here. She's just got the fucking bubbles.
Yep.
She just does that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's just bubbles. Anyways, so perhaps there's an element of a setup at play in this case.
4Kids One Piece did. I can't believe we knocked this man horribly unconscious. That's not blood. Ignore it.
Miss Meal. Did we lose Zell again?
We might have.
F.
F's in chat, bro.
There they go. So how's y'all's days been?
My day's been chill. Kind of craving some very fudgy brownie right about now, but
I'm vibing. I got high. I bought a new bong I don't need.
Cool.
It's a Dragon Ball one with a little Shinron wrapping around it.
Oh yeah, I think you told me about that one, how it's like stupid fucking expensive.
I finally bought it. I was like, I had some savings. I
There's
don't need
a-
it, but I was like, I can finally buy it.
so I
Nice.
think we need to just move quickly before you
I'm gonna
Yeah.
start my computer tonight, and then it's gonna work flawlessly tomorrow, and I'm gonna
Yep.
scream over it. I
Yeah.
think it'll be fine. I am sorry it keeps dropping me.
It's all good. Let's plow forward.
If it gets really bad, I can always restart my computer.
Fair.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I missed the last line.
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Teniro who is under the microscope. Seems to me our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Miss Rhonda is being set up. Or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves the killer was out to frame Miss Teniro from the very beginning. The suitcase. The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Teniro for the murder. Miss Teniro buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched for the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whatever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
I can't believe turbulence fucking saved the day.
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. And this particular circumstance is where the murder took place. It's simply that it took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Teniro or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Teniro or myself, but you, Miss Chamomile. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
Yawn. And
I love that you said that. That's amazing.
are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyways, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. Isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something I still can't quite fit into the big picture.
My bad.
The missing cell phone. I don't have any actual evidence,
I thought not.
but that's because it went missing, and still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on,
One piece.
and that is the
The One
victim's
Piece is
phone.
real?
Yes, the One Piece is real, and it's a cell phone, interestingly. We know what the One Piece is now.
Oh my god, brilliant!
Really?
It really is the friends we made along the way.
It's just a cell phone. We can, it's one piece of treasure. We can all go home now. It's, get,
Golden Age of Piracy, it's done.
It's 1,000 episodes, we're good.
yeah, just get one at your local Verizon. It's fine.
That episode's too long. I'm gonna find the One Piece myself.
Yep. By the way, it's not sponsored by Verizon. Anyways, Francisca, you're waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with him?
Precisely. I suspect if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that high witness phone break as well?
We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, don't you?
Of course I do.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
The phone's
Agent
ringing.
Hicks' phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir!
I hear it, Detective. Now, where's it coming from? There is a sprint button somewhere. I don't know what it is, but I like to think that Edgeworth just power walks everywhere.
It's very like him. The ringing's coming from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must be found.
Yes, sir. I'm just gonna keep following you. The ringing's coming from in here, sir.
I can hear that, Detective.
Oh,
It can't be.
this has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's probably Rhonda's.
I've infected you.
It's Miss Tenairo's.
What?
Nani?
Nani the fuck?
So? So, Mr. Edgewad, did you get it go? Where'd you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room in Miss Tenairo's locker.
What? What?
Rhonda Tenero.
That's not my name. And I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Miss Bonkura, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhonda right now.
Wait. I have a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
And now I'm leaving YouTube. Goodbye.
I wish I would cut to intermission, but that would fuck the stream so bad. So, So, related to the key card, when the killer went to steal the key card, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenairo's locker.
Objection!
This is related to
This is related.
Oh, sorry. I keep fucking doing that. Bad Jack. Bad Jack.
No, it's because Von Karma and Edgeworth have like such similar brains that they have the same kind of tone when they talk. It's really
Yeah.
easy to just. This is related to the key card, yes. And then you skipped it. In the same ways that we have zero proofs to kill it, just that. This is the only voice that sings the truth of evidence. This is the one bird we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Francisca's right. I can't offer baseless conjecture at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hex? Must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
Oh, thank God I'm not going to jail.
What now, Miles Edgeworth? I was almost walking off screen.
It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail.
Whee!
This is crunchy as hell.
Big crunch.
But hey, there's a camera lens on this phone.
Cool.
Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth! I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir!
This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for a smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for a killer/smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
Yawn! Can I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The SCD screen on the side is up and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What?
What do you mean by that, Franziska?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken.
True!
It's possible that these photos are still inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Franziska, your phone, please.
Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now.
This is...
Agent Hicks was certainly trying to obtain some evidence on this smuggling case.
Hey! The Alfred's nowhere in this pic, sir!
But that has no meaning. But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence under the murder case, right?
Oh, right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? What's all this? Dawson, time to be useful.
Oh, my mic was muted. Oh, they're car ship from Virginia to Zhengfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Virginian. It says... One second. I got this. It says... which is cloth in English, by the way.
Your language is so beautiful.
So expressive. Cloth. Could it be? Is this where the killer...
What? What's that scary face?
Miss Meal.
Yeah?
It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator.
He was gay.
I mean, good for him.
He left us with a
Way.
piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Huh? Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture effort.
A Brazilian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer.
That cloth.
The cloth.
We're almost there.
And what's that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now, I've finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed the piece to clean up the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Camille.
That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if a box is English or Borginian.
Objection!
Were there other pieces in there? Like with bed sheets?
Sorry, but I can't agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then...
Yeah, there's the bedsheet box right there!
Logically, they would have opened the bed sheets right there. Aniyha's on it.
I got eyes! Hey! It says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir!
Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
Well,
So what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer did not use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box of the bed sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, it's a horse of a different color.
Because the killer knew that it was going to unload in the Republic of Zhengfa.
That's right. That is why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader aboard who could make such a calculated decision is you, Camille. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zhengfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crimes here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa?
Oh!
No!
Yeah! Mental breakdown!
He was Hinderful. Stop it. Brought him here. Started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. I
Oh, thank God I don't have to deal with her anymore.
I am free of that voice.
I have been... Edward has been awake for over 14 hours plus.
God.
He's still awake at 5:26 p.m. and has been awake at least it's like 5 in the morning, if not earlier.
Yeehaw.
Don't blame Cammy for napping mid-sentence.
like she flattened him like a Borginian pancake, or as we say.
I was waiting for the chance to be like, well, as they say in Borginian.
We finished making all the arrangements to take a suspect in, sir.
Very good work, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that?
They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. I mean, what are we supposed to do when that happens? It was scary, sir.
She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth! I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that... Well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No, I mean... I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you! I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at iFly Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Hopefully with a lot less murder.
Thank you, I'll keep the lack of murder in mind.
Now, I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go. Oh, the book club is gonna be so hype!
Book club, let's go!
Book club!
She starts writing her own book finally.
Finally.
I
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun. I'm gonna fucking pass out now.
You're gonna pass out, Detective. I haven't slept at all.
Oh my god.
My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska?
Don't call her back. Let me rest.
Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure.
Departure?
Yeah, Mrs. Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to chase down some leads regarding her case.
Detective, you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier.
You got it, sir! It keeps going. It keeps fucking going.
I'm
Franziska.
back. Let me rest. Lay me in the cold, dark earth. Oh my god.
We all
I
want
mean-
to sleep.
I thought I had told you. Told you when I first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it's been a while since we last met.
I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am?
You are Franziska von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Only a little while ago, I was but a wretched rat who was always losing to you. Sorry, my roommate. A dancing parrot?
Piano.
Hero. It's French for clown.
Oh. I'm just gonna say clone, because weirdly enough, I don't know if I can do French in her accent, despite the fact that I constantly pour French into it. No, I'll give it a shot. A dancing pillow, living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father built.
Very good. True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible.
What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only a sliver of one big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Nice. There's another agent on this case with me.
Oh, another agent?
He's a star among Interpol agents, and has the highest success rate. Who knows? Might even run into him one day. Foreshadowing, foreshadowing.
I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths.
I suppose. But I doubt he would stay the same.
I'm not following.
You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun. Miles Edge first. I'll be back in the country soon enough. And when I am, I'll be sure to pay you back. In full. And now
And
I'm
just like that, she's gone, huh, sir?
Just to spite Zell specifically, she's gonna shout like 5 more lines from the plane.
She comes back, and another sing!
Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy, knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Seriously, I think I got whipped like several times. I need some ibuprofen.
Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation by offering you this bottle of acetaminophen.
You shouldn't have, Mr. Edgeworth.
It was $2 at a Walgreens.
But you went to the Walgreens, and that's what matters. Thank you so much. Goes in for the bear hug.
Don't touch me.
Oh, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight.
Not the salt.
Sodium!
Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office.
Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want.
Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. I don't know who this is, so I'm just going to narrate. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. Oh, actually, I think I remember. Hold on.
Oh, goodness.
Oh no.
And you are... Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Armano? Ernest? It's like getting a call from Jeff Bezos.
Oh,
God.
fuck.
Oh, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped.
Yeah, like either Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. Take your billionaire pick.
Christ.
Disgusting.
Yep. Alright, and that's where we're going to save.
Yay!
Fantastic.
And we will pick this up tomorrow.
Awesome.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, let's put it this way, is that I can promise, you know, less Vriska, maybe. Maybe. Anyways, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. And as always, stay safe and healthy,
Yeah.
my friends.